From Dallas, Texas, welcome to Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Thursday night, 5/5/10 PLO here. Gonna bring you a lot of action this game. Finally bringing it back after about a month. Got a nice little action-packed lineup here. Got J-Ma in the 1 seat. Got Faizal in the 2 seat. Rick Alvarado in the 3 seat. Baboon in the 4 seat. JP in the 5 seat. Edison in the 6 seat. 7 seat. I believe that's JL. That's not correct. Seat 7. JL in the 8 seat. And Rye Guy in the 9 seat. So we're going to kick off action here. Going to have a nice little fun, packed evening here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. I'm going to start this stream off the right way like we normally do. Going to give you guys some points. Give me 1 second here. Oops. Gonna start this stream off like we normally do with the $100 flip. I believe that's what we're gonna start off. We're gonna give you guys 1,500 points here in the booth. Gamble away here in Streamlabs. As of right now, gonna be flying solo in the booth. Gonna have Kim Stone and Danny Marks joining me in the booth. Let's kick the stream off the correct way. Now, I actually ran the first roll hand here. So this is gonna be a PLO flip. $100. Someone's going to be $800 in for free by virtue of this flip. Again, all players starting off with 2K. This is a 1 to 2K max buy-in initially and a max match the stack. Again, so some of these players I am not familiar with. Somebody I'm sure has a king. King Deuce. Oh, look at that baboon flopping kings full. Faizal does have a king. Needs a 10-9 or ace on the turn. The river card. Oh, he gets there on the turn. Pretty much going to be nutted here, unless needs a jack. Faizal here, picking up a nice little beginning pot on this $100. Flip. Yeah, Poker Monkey. Kimmy Stone, the credit card roulette loser. I'm sure she's going to like hearing that when she goes back and comes back and listens to that. Hope everybody's having a good evening here. All right, so I actually running action tracker this first hand, so I think I messed up a little bit on this one, but I think we can fix the action.
All right, guys, make sure you box your cards before you guys look at them. Bunch of dummies all at one time.
And again, here are going to be our guest commentators. Show you guys just in a bit who we got. You guys know them. Got Miss Texas Kim Stone and Danny Marks. Our guest commentators tonight going to be joining me in the booth. Going to be 3 deep in the booth. Oh, long day, long day. No sleep, not much action. For those of you wondering why I'm not on the felt, I'm taking a nice little hiatus from poker. So, again, Miss Texas Kim going to be in the booth, currently en route. Same thing with Mr. Danny Marks, our 2022 WSOP Circuit Choctaw main event winner for over $270K this past July. Will be joining me in the booth. Going to be on the felt tomorrow and Saturday. Let's get back to this action here. And look at this, Brandon flopping quads with a lockdown on this first hand. Now being out of position with quads here on a paired board. See if he's going to be able to get some value out. Yeah, don't see him betting here. King of clubs on the turn, brings in some straight, some backdoor clubs. JL with jack high flush draw. JP here with a straight. Has to be concerned though with a paired board. It's gonna check to him in the cutoff. Gonna make it $50. See if Brandon's just gonna call or come back in for the check raise. Comes back in for the check raise. 3x though. Small sizing. And for him to check raise here out of position, multi-way pot, pretty much screams minimum full house. Maybe it's a hand like kings full. Maybe not necessarily tens full. Nines full of kings, yeah. JP gonna lay it down there on a paired board with a straight. Brandon picking up the first PLO pot of the evening here. Again, I'm very unfamiliar with these players. So the only ones that I know personally, got J-Ma in the 1 seat, and they got Rick Alvarado in the 3 seat. But in terms of Faizal, Baboon, JP, Edison, Brandon, JL, and Rye Guy, I've seen them in the room, but actually never really interacted with them. I see these guys playing the bomb pot often, so... These guys are already having a good time here. And I think this could be the first live stream for a number of these players.
So even if they're stacked on top of each other, you can still read it, right? Sometimes you just on top. 3 folded, 4 code, 5 code, 6 code. Oh, 7 folded, 3 code.
All right, let's see. We're gonna see a lot of limp pots probably pre-flop until somebody makes a move. JL with 3 hearts, ace, king, jack. Rye Guy with 3 clubs. J-Ma with a little mini wrap. Flop 10-10 king. It looks like a Baboon with the best of it so far, equity-wise. Trip 10s with an ace kicker. Gonna make it 50. The pot of 60. Again, 6 limpers, 6 of spades. Baboon with a lock on his hand, turning 10s full of 6s. Small bet. Gonna get J-Ma to fold here. Again, for those of you new in the chat, like, share, subscribe. Poker House Live. I got Joey Pigtails in the booth saying, oh, Joey Pigtails Poker Vlog. Oh, yeah, PLO, baby. Where are you at? Where are you from, Joey? Would love to have you on the stream at some point. Got some of our regulars in the chat. Got Miss Tammy Venny, Poker Monkey, Scott Friedman. Thanks for tuning in for this Thursday night 5-5-10 PLO. Again, currently flying solo in the booth. Hope everybody's having a good evening. Again, you're in these hands, at least pre-flop, you're going to have a lot of these players limping pots, seeing a lot of flops, making their moves post-flop based off position, based off board texture, based off actual hand holdings. Flop with a straight flush draw out there. J-Ma flopping the best of it with the ace high flush. Going to check out of the big blind. JP going to bet 200 here. Going to bet pretty much pot. With Stone Cold Air. J-Ma going to come back with a 2.5x check raise. Couple of check raises here already. So again, thanks for tuning in. We got our guest commentaries here coming here shortly. Currently en route to here, Poker House Dallas. Again, we got Mr. Danny Marks, 2022 World Series of Poker Circuit main event Choctaw winner, Miss Texas Kim Stone. Going to be making her way an appearance. Taking a break from working on the house. Now, for those of you in the chat that are in the industry, when I say industry, dealers, brush, manager, and you don't necessarily have to work in the DFW area. Let's say you're coming to visit from Austin, you're coming from somewhere else. We do offer a discount from any card room for half off. Again, for those of you that are unfamiliar with the Texas game room kind of rules, we do not rake here in Texas, unlike casinos across the nation. We are strictly a member-based club where you pay a daily, monthly, or annual fee, and then you pay a seat rental fee of anywhere from $11 to $13 depending on how you buy time in bulk. So standard rate $13 an hour. If you buy 55, it's $11 an hour. 5 for 55, and if you buy $200, you get 20 hours free. So $10 an hour there. So anywhere from $10 to $13 an hour depending on how often you buy in bulk. Boone here with the best of it. Just with a pair of kings. Doesn't even have two pair here. Now, Faizal with open ender. We get him to fold. Brandon here, not flush draw on the turn. Also with a gutter to Broadway. Faizal also turning a straight draw, but has no diamond in his hands. 9 of hearts. Brings in a paired board on the river. Probably going to go check here. Unless Brandon decides to stab and try and take the stab at this, knowing that his ace high flush draw missed on the river. Going to check back. Pair of 10s wins here. That's going to be unusual in a lot of circumstances here at PLO. So, again, a lot of these players have probably played against each other. Again, I'm unfamiliar with PLO. I understand, fundamentally how it works. But in terms of strategically, it's definitely not my cup of tea. I'm more of a hold'em guy. Was a tournament player myself, kind of converted to cash. But, again, kind of on a hiatus myself. So, again, in the 1 seat, we have J-Mal, who's put together this lineup. Worked with me this week. So kudos to him in the 1 seat. J-Mal, going to be pulling up his player profile. Got Faizal in the 2 seat. Got Rick in the 3 seat. Got Baboon in the 4 seat. JP in the 5 seat. Edison, who was a last-minute addition in the 6 seat. Brandon in the 7 seat. JL in the 8 seat. And Rye Guy in the 9 seat. All of these players buying in for 2K. Edison going to make it 40 with double-suited cards. Mini wrap King, Queen, 9. Getting double-suited. JL also double-suited 10, 9 spades, ace, 3 of clubs. Let's see what Faizal had. Right guy. Going to make the call in the position. The suited ace. Some rundown cards at 8, 6, 4. All right, 7, 9, 6. J-Ma, I believe, currently flops the best of it. Also Baboon with the same straight, but has some better straight opportunities, some backdoor clubs. Gonna bet 210, gonna bet pot here. Probably gonna get some folds. See if J-Ma is gonna make the call. The same exact hand holding as Baboon. 2 of spades changes absolutely nothing on this turn. Again, from a run it multiple times perspective, heads up, you can run it up to 3 times, multi-way only 2 times. So 7 of spades on that runner. Does pair the board, but no one with a boat. Both have 10-8 with the same exact straight. Denise Means in the chat saying, let's go Cowboy. I'm assuming you're rooting for JP in the 5 seat because he's the only one with a Cowboy hat. So, again, I know some of these players, again, are new, probably very excited to be on this live stream. Again, as we enter hand 6 for this evening. Hand 7, excuse me. Let's talk about this industry appreciation. If you are in the industry from any card room, not just in Texas, not just DFW, any card room, just bring, I guess, proof of verification that you work there, pay stub, some sort of ID, a card that you work there. We're going to give you half off your hourly rate. So again, you heard me talking about our hourly rate, us being a Texas club, don't take in a rake, charging an hourly seat rental fee. Get half off. So as an appreciation to those in the industry, come see us here at Poker House. Play for half off.
No, the third blind is a strap. That is the strap. That is the strap.
So I guess some of these players were slightly unclear if the third blind is a mandatory third blind or whether or not it's a third or the actual straddle. Now in the past we treated that as a third blind rather than as a straddle. So under the gun can opt to straddle to 20 and multiple straddles allowed here. No button straddle, but under the gun and multiple straddles hereafter. Got JL. Make some calls after a Rye guy gonna make it 100 with suited ace. Rye guy with the best of it. Top two pair here. Rainbow board, but there's some wheel draws out there. Rye guy having some of those wheel draws. Has the most equity here, about 62%. Oh, my second guest is here. Got Mr. Danny Marks. You want to go grab a chair? Can you go grab a third chair? Yeah. Kim's going to be here shortly. Mr. Danny Marks coming through in the clutch. Again, if you also are a first responder, I'm going to pull this up. First responder, first police, firefighters, veterans. If you're any one of those four, you get a free membership forever. So you don't have to pay the daily, monthly, or annual membership. Your membership is free here at Poker House. All right, let's get back into action. Hand 8. All right, Carly, which one is your brother? All right, let's get you on that mic. Let me know when you're ready to go. Let's get you on.
Can you hear me?
Let's go. Try that again.
Hello, how is everyone?
Yeah, I think you may be a little distant. You may want to get that mic a little closer.
All right, is that a little better?
Okay, try this one. Try that again.
How we doing, everybody?
There you go. I think I had you on the wrong one.
All right, sounds good. Glad to be here, watching some high-stakes PLO.
Yeah. And I think one thing we've talked about, you've been in here on the, I think you were in the ROE game.
Yep.
That the blinds kind of don't matter in PLO in Texas. So, I got 2 for 1. I got Kim Stone walking in the booth here. Hand 8.
All right. Hi, Kim.
Who brought them?
I thought that was OFC first. Faizal. Is that how you pronounce it?
It's Faizal, I guess.
Faizal?
It says, like I told everybody in the chat, I'm unfamiliar with the majority of these players, with the exception of J-Maw and the exception of Rick. I've seen some of these players in the room before playing the bomb pot, but I know some of these players have also played on some other TCH and some other live streams. I think JL played the 2550 stream on Tuesday down the street at TCH, so making his PLO live stream debut.
Seat 9 I am very familiar with. That is Ryan. He is a PLO regular, very strong player. Seat 2 is Hatless OFC lookalike.
Right. And just because I didn't know who was going to be in the booth, I made 3-4 different canvas. So I even made one for both of you guys. So I would pull this up. I'm gonna pull you guys up here.
Kim looks better than me. You should probably just like.
Kim's always gonna look better than you,
You
Danny.
should probably just put that over.
Yeah. So our Thursday 5-5-10 PLO guest commentary, Danny Marks, Texas Kim in the booth with me.
Thanks for having us.
No, thank you for coming through last minute. Again, J-Mal coming through strong with this lineup. Let's get back into action. Hand 9.
All right, Rick with the double paired hands. Very, very nice in Omaha. Can make some oversets, over full houses. Oh, and Edison. I know Edison as well. He is a high stakes player. I have played No Limit Hold'em with him, but I have not seen his PLO game, so I'm excited to check that out.
Now, I know Kim, being on this side of PLO, let me get you mic turned up. Being on this side of PLO, I know she's itching to get back on the felt.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Kim.
Hey, that's my water. Just kidding. You can have it.
Well, it's mine now. So that's what
Here's an
Welcome to
unopened
the
one.
booth. I'll steal your
Look at
water.
this hand. Rye Guy,
Whoa.
also known as Ryan, has a super premium. Double suited King, King, Jack 10. Every card's working together here.
Right, we all know that kings are not coming out.
I kind of want Edison's hand, to be honest, right? If they all get it in, Edison is, based on the specific cards that they're holding, he is a very, very big favorite. But I don't know if he's going to, or he's in.
Snap. Snap.
I guess he doesn't have very
Fine.
much. That
First
makes sense.
three-way all in.
Again, this is a 1 to 2K initial buy with an immediate match to stack. So, whatever happens this hand, look for players to reach in their pockets or call for brush to at least add on, if not top off.
Rick having his hearts covered is really bad for
Look
him.
at J-Ma already getting money out of his pocket before the hand's even over.
So did we miss any big hands in the last 10
No
minutes?
big hands.
All right, I guess we had to come in the booth and get a three-way all-in right away.
All right, already 50 viewers in the chat. For those of you that are new to the chat, go ahead and like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I know when we get this,
Rick doesn't want to hear that.
because I know Kim's going to want to get in this game pretty soon.
Yeah.
Are you itching to get back on the felt? I know you've been busy with the move and getting things squared away. Got family coming in town, so it'd be
For
fun.
sure. I definitely wasn't even going to come, but I needed my fix.
It's the only way to get your fix without.
Yeah, just last minute volunteer to commentate just so I can squeeze some cards, but there won't be any squeezing.
Well, honestly, high-stakes poker is incredibly stressful on its own, and when you add moving to it, I think it's probably a good idea to keep those separated. So,
And it's always
Take care of
positive.
business.
Yeah, it's always positive EV in the booth because you just never lose.
I'll find
true.
a way.
Oh, look at
I'll
this.
find a way. Yeah, Rye Guy's
Right
got
guy.
a string to
Gonna
hold
pick
on
up a
this.
nice pot. Flops the nut flush. Now, I know we have alternates in the room. I've actually, people are like, hey, can we get on the list? I'm like, yeah, the alternate list. We got a full table already. So, got 56 viewers in the chat.
How's it going, chat? See some familiar faces in there. How's it going, Poker Monkey? Tiny Poker. Good to
Get
see
us
you
in the
guys.
booth real quick. Oh, got to fix that first before I go with that. Well, we moved some stuff around, so I guess we won't go live in the booth because I don't know where that cord is, and I'm not touching anything. I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. Anyway, I'll fix that here eventually at some point. Again, I didn't know if you guys knew this, but if you're a first responder here in the DFW area and you want to come play in our room, you get free membership. So first responder, policemen, firefighters, veterans, free membership. So if you're wanting to check a place out, come check us out here at Poker House Dallas. If you want to get on the stream, you come talk to me or Kim for PLO. for PLO.
For sure.
So Looks like we got a nice little crowd in the chats. Get back to action here.
So it looks like J-Ma's got some bad kings in early position. I usually play this like I would play a low pair in No Limit Hold'em, where you're just trying to flop top set and get some money in, but it doesn't have too much working for it otherwise. Does elect to come in for a raise. Kim, do you usually limp these hands in early position, or do you like to just come in for a raise like you would normally and hold them?
Actually, I tend to limp my whole range in early position. Even some of my strongest holdings, just because raise ISOing is not really a thing in most lineups. But I do think this lineup is a little bit more competent and less gamble heavy than some of the other ones. Well, Rye Guy just coming in hot here with bad aces. We have bad kings and bad aces.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm the same way. I would also limp most of my range in early position, especially at these 9-handed PLO tables. There's just so many strong ranges behind you that you have to dodge. And position's even more important from my experience in PLO than it is in Hold'em. And you can see they're both playing their hands conservatively. They're both PLO players. They know that one pair is nothing too special here.
A Rye Guy here with trips.
Nope.
The ace kicker.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I just look for the check mark, and then I look for the check mark, and then I go and like review the hand for PLO. That's kind of my strategy from a.
I was dead focused on the aces.
Yeah, the aces were good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan was telling me he wanted to play some PLO streams, so I'm sure he's always down to play. Ryan also has a newborn at home. Congratulations.
Oh, he
to him.
does?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so hopefully he's got that new baby run good.
Is he a first-time dad?
He is a first-time dad.
Well, congratulations. I remember those days.
Another father and strong player, Rick. You know, when you have a baby, you got to start, playing a little wiser, not gambling and punting as much.
I always make fun of Rick. Every stream he plays, he always texts me. He says traffic's bad. I'm like, bro, it's Dallas. Traffic is always bad on any freeway at 5 p.m.
That's why I choose to live close.
So, which is part of the reason why we chose to move closer.
Yeah.
So, only one freeway to get here versus 3 or 4, depending on what time of the day we leave.
Whoa, nice drive flop for JP's bottom set.
Now, how familiar are you with some of these players, Kim? I know you play PLO often. Played PLO often down at TCH, and Dana, you really don't get into the mix in PLO. But have you guys played against any of these players, with the exception of Rick and John?
I have, and so actually when I first came to Texas, I was probably playing about 50% PLO, 50% Hold'em.
Okay.
And I was splashing around in the PLO games over at TCH, but just kind of fell in love with the new strategies and learning some new stuff at No Limit Hold'em, so I kind of moved heavily over that direction. But I still love to watch the game, and I play with a few of these guys. So, like I said, Ryan is probably the one I've played with the most. Along with Rick, and I always see Rick over in the PLO games.
Yeah, I've played with almost everybody here.
Okay.
I'm not super familiar with Faizal. He looks familiar, though. But yeah, I've played with pretty much everybody else.
Okay.
Oh, 3 bad aces.
The cool thing about this type of hand with Edison, I don't like it as much in full ring, but when you're playing like 6-handed PLO, these are some of your better bluff hands because you have 3 blockers to nut flushes, and so you kind of rep a lot going forward.
Now is perfect flop for that.
For example, it's a little more dicey in full ring, but it's still very profitable in my opinion.
He should take this down with very little to no.
Yeah, I would just start going bet on this.
I doubt he's going to get any action.
And I actually really like this sizing. I think a mistake a lot of new players make in PLO is they just start betting pot right away. I usually like betting pot on the river, but on the flop, there's a lot of reasons to bet smaller. Keep ranges wider. You want worse flush draws to call. And you're just giving yourself a better price to take down the pot, too. So I think I really like that 1/3 size bet.
It's interesting you say that because I've had this conversation with Rick Alvarado, and I'm a hard disagree.
All right, let's hear it. What do we got?
Well, the reason for why is I just asked Rick, I said, why not? And he said, well, all the things you said, you know, you get to vary your sizing and et cetera, et cetera. But I said, if they're always calling you, then when you're bluffing, you want the pot to be bigger so that you can leverage, you know, stacks or bluff sizes on the turn. And if you have the nutted hand and they're calling anyways, you want the maximum from them. So it's just that I find in a lineup like this, I think you need to have some different sizings because this is just a way more competent, you know, very thinking lineup, and also just like a lot more awareness on sizing and pot sizes and stuff like that, and some pot odds. And I think this is a much less gambly table than
Well, if you
some
don't
of
have
Texas Kim's lineups.
Yeah.
Because my lineups,
Include Yao and Bao.
well, it just includes everybody who's like willing to get it in. We don't really have too many orbits without all-ins. So I just think that if you're going to have lineups like that, then the true balance is just to be betting pot always with your bluffs and your value. So
I do agree that it's very important to, you know, not take any rule as 100%, and you definitely want to do it based on your lineup and based on your situation. But yeah, just something to think about. But you definitely made a really good point, and I can agree with that.
I think that, you know, a lot of times people are just pot. That's the only button they have.
Yeah.
So I get why you guys are saying that you can't really do that in every spot, every scenario. But I find that like when you bet pot on the flop and then you're betting pot on the turn with my bluffs, that just stays balanced with the times that I have the nuts and I'm getting the maximum when I'm betting pot, and I'm betting pot twice. So
yeah, especially if you're getting worse flush draws to call you down and stuff
anyways,
like that.
Yeah.
Then you're just missing out on value.
Yeah, and that's honestly what I argued with Rick. I said he was asking why my win rate was so much higher than his, and I said maybe it's because I bet pot all the time.
It's
and
okay,
he started
Rick, I'm
laughing.
with you, buddy.
But I get it that, you know, I said, well, the other cool reason to bet pot all the time is because no one takes you seriously. And I bet pot all the time, so maybe that's why I get paid all the time, too.
Well, yeah, no one takes you seriously, Kim.
Nobody takes me. Not in PLO, anyways. Oh, I heard my name.
I think because they know you're
Oh, I
here
just
now.
arrived. Yeah. Got it.
All right, it's been a while since we streamed the PLO stream. So for those of you in the chat that are relatively new to PLO, you know, you guys talk about, I guess when I say you guys, Danny and Kim, the importance of being in position kind of comparatively. So when we do these kind of mixed games, right, and I have somebody that's, you know, more of an expert in a certain variant than I am, which is everybody in the booth besides me, unless it's like a one, you know, whatever. But, you know, explain, or I guess emphasize or not emphasize the importance of being in position in PLO relative to Hold'em.
Well, I think position's always important.
In any game, right.
It's just that in Pot Lemon Omaha, it's more important because, excuse me, I would say the variance and the direct value of hands is a lot closer in this game. So like when you're
Equities run way closer.
Yes, and so when you're bloating a pot out of position, it's just extremely dangerous, even if you're nutted or if you have the draw.
Right.
So I think people just see I have the nuts and then they're betting pot or they're re-raising or whatever it is out of position versus everyone's entire range. And if you're raising and bloating the pot against the field with a whole range of hands, it can be very expensive. So I think it's just one of those things where the direct value of your hand, the current, what do you want to call it? The current hand strength relative to the field out of position is just like a lot scarier.
And it just gets even more so by the river once the pot is even larger. So being able to either control the pot size or be able to get that last bet in for value every time when you do have the nuts on the river is very valuable. You know, what if you river a nut flush out of position? Are you going to go for the check raise or are you going to lead? You know, if you go for the check raise, they might check back with second or third nuts and you're missing out on value. It's just so much easier to get value in position, especially on the river.
And J-Maw here with 2 pair aces and nines.
With a blocker.
With
Yeah,
the
he's
with the nut
queen.
blocker.
Yeah.
Blocker, so he should go for it here.
And he did.
Now let's talk about, especially with this being a non-paired board, with a card on this board like the Queen of Hearts. How important is it? How important is it to have a hand, a card like the Queen of Hearts on that kind of specific board texture, on a non-paired board?
I think every single time he needs to be going for that in that spot, based on the action in that hand. It's just otherwise you're just never going to have enough bluffs, and you're always, you know, doing that for value.
Granted, I think he had the best hand anyways. And the other key thing about having that Queen of Hearts is just simply that if you are protecting your actual current hand strength or turning your hand into a bluff, it's like a perfect merge, right? Like he could be, you know, his hand could be strong enough on its own, or like you said, it could be running into it. But regardless of that, he gets to bet in position with the nut blocker and also a pretty strong made hand. So it works out well to just play it either way. Regardless, the pot was clearly worth it to put in a bet.
How's it going, Rebecca? Nice to see you.
Some new people joining in the chat. We got Miss Rebecca Thompson. We got Tiny Poker. Poker Monkey has been in here. We got Poker, who says they switch off the lodge. I think they're running the 5100 to watch PLO. So thanks for tuning in here. 80 viewers in the chat just 30 minutes into the stream. We really appreciate it. Again, like, share, and subscribe us here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Got Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth, along with guest commentators Danny Marks, Miss Texas Kim Stone.
Poker Monkey asks, what is seat 9's name? That is Ryan Harden. He's going by Rye Guy. He's a poker player / goofball.
All right, let's see. Does anybody have a 4 here? This is how my strategy works when I'm commentating PLO. I look for the biggest equity, and then
Then you figure out who's actually winning and what they're winning with.
Yeah, what they're winning with. So Edison with 2 pair here, but also turns the backdoor nut flush diamond draw. Did I say that right?
And the blocker to the club
And
draw.
the blocker.
But it is a paired board, so it's not quite as relevant, although, you know, he still has a very strong hand on its own.
This hand's very easy to play because if he faces
A raise.
a raise, he's just running into a 4 or a set of jacks because, like, what else could they have?
Yeah.
he has all the rest of the things. So
Very transparent.
it actually is a great one. Again, like Danny said, to have some bluffs or semi bluffs in there because you just want to have some bets here.
Straight bluff? Oh, no,
this
not
is
straight
a little
bluff.
bit.
This will be an interesting spot. I'm curious to see how this plays out. So I don't know if he has enough to get him off the 10 high. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to bet about half pot, which is the rest of his stack here.
Edison is a little bit surprised by this bet because
He has the ace of clubs.
He's thinking, wait, I have the ace of clubs. Like, it is a little bit of an eyebrow raise, like he says that. Like you can tell he's like surprised by this all in.
How's it going, Hayden? Great to see you. You're going to have to help me with my PLO commentary. I am not a very strong PLO player. Take everything I say with a grain of salt.
I think he's just tuning in. He's not even listening to Kim. He just wants to make sure. He just wants to listen. He wants to listen to Danny's mistakes commentating here in the booth.
Obviously, there'll be plenty of them.
Yeah, and again, you're going to be in the lineup tomorrow, so.
Yeah,
And Saturday.
I got to give away another 20K this week.
Hey, I didn't want to say it. You did.
That was a rough session, but that's why we play.
Oh, I believe it. Hey, I believe it. I haven't seen him in a long time. He's played like the last week and a half. So
Got Hayden in the chat.
so tight.
Got some pretty cool stuff coming up here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Maybe you'll hear about it. Maybe you won't tonight.
I think that if everyone tunes in at the flip, it's approximately what, like
7:10, 7:15.
Yeah, we will have a cool project announcement.
Yeah, that's-
Danny, you don't even know about it yet.
Yeah.
It's gonna be cool.
I know a little bit about it, but nothing about the details. And anything that Kim and Hayden is involved with,
Yes.
I am excited to learn more. So
Yeah.
I'm big fans of them.
I appreciate that. We definitely have a lot brewing.
I was going to ask more about it, but I guess I'll find out about it along with chat here.
Yes, coming up soon.
I am no more special than any of you all. I'm excited to learn.
You're slightly more special. You know a little bit more than some of these guys.
Yeah. I got Mr. Hayden
I won't
14 in
spoil
the
it.
chat saying if a PLO fish like himself wants to play a PLO cash game, would you recommend buying in for the minimum? And then B, would you recommend I avoid Texas Kim's table at all costs?
We'll buy in for the men at Texas Kim's table.
I highly recommend that if you are a PLO, what did you call yourself? A
Fish.
PLO fish, you should buy in for the maximum at my table at all times.
But Hayden makes a really good point, and this is kind of how I play PLO since I am not very good. Deep stack PLO is very complex
Very.
and difficult to play. So if you're kind of intimidated by the game, one of the nice things about playing 1-2 PLO is you can usually buy in for $100 or $200 and then just kind of sit at the table, see some flops, get a feel for the game without breaking the bank. So that's how I recommend everyone learn about the game. The other nice thing is you get some really profitable squeeze spots. So, if you get aces and you can get all the money in pre-flop by 3-betting or 4-bet jamming, it's always going to be very profitable.
Yeah. Interesting commentary here. So again, for those of you now, nearly 100 viewers in this PLO chat. 5-5-10 here this Thursday night at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. I got guest commentators. This Texas Kim, Mr. Danny Marks. I'm going to switch back to action. Middle of this hand, hand 18. At hand 20, I will be pulling up the stats so you can kind of see cumulative winnings, VPIP. Kind of give you guys that are new to the chat an idea of where everything stands so far.
Rick is opening this high-low type of hand in late position. I think this is an example of a hand that he would play in late position but would fold in early position.
Yes, 100%. I think also if the king and the jack weren't the ones that were suited, if it was something weird like king jack of clubs and 3-4 of hearts, he might fold that too. You definitely want to have some higher suits whenever you're opening.
That's a great point. It brings up, there's a lot of really big intricacies with starting hand quality, and you definitely kind of want to learn that stuff. Another good example is, let's say you have a hand like ace 10, 5-5. If the ace 10 are of a suit and the 5-5 are of a different suit, then you can flop both a set and the nut flush draw So whenever you have more than one thing going for you in a PLO hand, that's always a benefit.
Agreed. You want to have hashtag relentless.
All right, we have Mr. PLO Professor, who's actually in the room as we speak. Didn't know you were going to be in the room until, first of all, we didn't even know this was actually going to run until literally yesterday. And J-Ma in the 1 seat put this lineup together. So
Rebecca says, I would much rather play deep stack PLO, easier to navigate the landmines.
Yeah,
in
for
my
you,
humble
Rebecca.
Opinion. I totally agree that that's my preferential way to play, but let me just say something that the number one thing about PLO, in my opinion, when you're starting out, is to only risk what you're comfortable risking. Because what winds up happening is if you get into a situation where you're, let's say you're invested for like $5,000 and you have $6,000 in front of you, and the spot is that you need to get it all in pre-flop with aces, and you're just not comfortable doing that because it's a three-way all-in or whatever, or after the flop you have the nut flush draw and the correct play is to bet pot, and that costs you your entire stack. If you're not capable of putting all your chips in the most profitable spots, regardless of how much you're invested for or how much your stack size is in front of you, then you're not going to play correctly and you're not going to maximize your profit in these spots. So I definitely just think that you should risk what you're comfortable with, invest what you're comfortable with, put your stop losses at a point that you're comfortable with, and be careful to just play a game and a style that suits you and work from there.
I think that's a great point. And to add on to that, whenever you're playing in a game like you are in Texas where you're always going to be covered, the bankroll requirements for PLO are going to be astronomically high. So you're going to want to have either a very large bankroll or understand what you can afford to lose, like Kim was saying.
Yeah. And look at that. Kelly Fortini is in the chat.
Hi,
That
yeah.
is Hayden's mom.
hi, Miss Kelly.
She's tuning in to say hello.
Hi, Mama Hayden.
There you go.
You raise a nice young man.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Except when he's taking your money, but he still does it nicely, right?
He plays poker a little too good, if you ask me.
That he did not learn from Kelly, but
Got Tim Kruling saying thanks for streaming, folks. Thanks for tuning in the chat. Like and subscribe if you haven't already.
nice to see Tiny Poker in the chat. There's a lot of really great people in support in this chat today. Look at that, 88 viewers, a little PLO stream. Looks like everybody needed their fix, including me.
Yeah, appreciate you guys coming in. I'm trying to learn a little PLO along with you. Probably the best turn card we could have hoped for here. We got 2 flush draws and a couple of... Oh, everything missed.
Rick still wins, though, with his high equity draw, and that thinks the worst possible of the range of cards he could hit and still has the best hand.
These are the spots for me that are very tough when playing deep stack, where you kind of have a middling strength hand and you don't really know where you're at and how much value you can get. So one of my, when you play a lot of no limit hold'em, learning how to get thin value on the river is very important. And I haven't quite discovered how to do that in PLO yet.
I think it's being familiar with your player base. Like the more and more you're familiar with the types of players, what hands they're willing to check, what hands they're willing to bet, and what sizes they use with their nutted hands, that helps you a lot. Like, if you have the king high flush in position versus a player who's betting small on the river, can I raise here with the second nuts? Because I know that when he has the nut flush, he just bombs it. And so here I feel comfortable raising him because he probably has a smaller flush, and then you're getting thin value. And then the other thing too is like you can make some small raises there. You don't have to go full pot because he can't obviously call with a smaller flush, right?
Yep.
So you make a small raise, and then what's the worst that can happen? He rips it all in with the nut flush or whatever. You just gonna fold anyway. So there's just a little bit of like strategy relative to just like knowing your opponents.
Got aces versus kings here. Rye guy with another beautiful hand. Ace, ace, 9-8 double suited. He's got everything working for him.
It's like he brought his super premium horseshoe.
These are the
Good
only
hand.
hands I like to play.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say, Ed, you understand that we're playing that hand, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I'm just saying the obvious super premiums.
Yeah.
The thing about super premiums are that they're obviously
Right.
hands we're always playing,
Right.
right? It's the middling hands where you're like, am I supposed to be playing this? Is this strong enough
Yeah.
or whatever, you know? But the super premiums, it's like, I mean,
Yeah, ace, ace, double suited, like ace, ace, king, jack, double suited,
Yeah.
hands like that.
you're
Yeah.
just looking at them and you're like, this is amazing.
Yeah. Okay, so as this hand progresses, Jim Boyd's in the chat. Now, I'm just not going to call him out. So his buddy played the Saturday stream 5510 with Hayden.
Okay.
And in the stream, I've never seen Jim Boyd before in the chat. And he said, House PLO in Texas. And Eric and I just started laughing because we thought he was super trolling. Like, super trolling. We're like,
Yeah.
dude, are you serious? And he's like, no, this is my first time on the stream. I've never played in Texas. It's like, it's the greatest in the world.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to get him to come down from West Virginia. So, oh, look, we're going to have an all-in pre-flop here.
There are a few things that are as amazing as No Limit Hold'em in Texas and PLO in Texas. It's probably just as amazing.
It is.
Oh,
Look
damn.
Oh,
at that.
man.
Oh, my gosh.
I
Aces
always
versus
lose aces
aces.
versus aces.
Yeah.
Gone
And JL going to get the dub up here. Going to get the 4K.
Rye gets a triple up, and then JL gets a double up, and LOL PLO swings.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, Hayden. I just had one of those feelings.
Hayden says, he bet his house with J-Ma's hand?
He bet your house, Kim.
I know.
Hey, yeah.
Is it previously cleaned up, organized house, or is it
Yeah.
messy house? Because you should not be betting my cleaned up, organized house on anything.
And Rebecca, are you going to be playing the new Big O tournament this summer at the World Series of
Yeah,
Poker?
gonna be.
I bet that'll be a great field for you. A lot of people that have never played it will be chasing a bracelet.
Now, PLO Professor, I think you had tuned in for that big Congress game, the 5-10-25 5K buy-in. Been getting some requests for that stream at some point in the future. I know someone in the chat that helped put that game together. I think her name is Rebecca Thompson.
Yes.
So I think we should make it happen. So I'll put the game together for you guys. But now Rebecca helped put that game together because that was a tribute to Bugs. That was his game, and he unexpectedly passed away just a few days before that stream was supposed to take place. And we, after talking to Rebecca and some of the guys that played that stream, they felt that it would be an honor to play for him. So that stream did go on, went off without a hitch, and went off very well. So would love to run that stream again at some point in the future. Hand 22. After this hand, I promise stats.
For those that don't know Rebecca, she is a great Texas local, great ambassador for the game, and mixed game extraordinaire. So she is a great person to answer any of these questions.
See, now this is an example of like a lot of hot garbage going to see a flop. Spin that wheel, dealer.
So PLO Professor, are you an alternate for this game, or are you trying to get in here? We'll see if we can bust somebody off the table for you.
Rick got a nice little hand. He's got middle set with open-ended and a what's likely to be a single raise pot. I can't really tell.
These are the hands I like, where you have multiple things going for you. So
Yeah.
you can flop a set, but you still have draws that way.
Yeah, combo draws are I know this. Combo draws are very important in PLO.
Yeah. With dynamic boards in general, if you flop a set on it, it's not that strong because most turns and rivers are going to change what the nuts are, and you're just not going to know where you're at. So with a hand like this, he's got many more cards to hit the nuts.
Oh, gin for Rye Guy.
That
Plus the open-ended straight flush draw, royal flush draw.
Yeah, that is not one of the cards Rick wanted to see. Also, the jack specifically is bad because there are less full house outs now.
Wow, I don't like this check at all because you have everything. I think that you're definitely missing some value here. I would definitely have put a small bet out there.
There you go. Chop, chop, right? Oh, no, they both have it to the king.
Yes, they both have it straight now.
I agree. I think another difference that I've noticed between PLO and Hold'em is you have a lot more turn leads out of position than you would
100% than
in
Hold'em. It just, like, you're just automatically checking out of position in Hold'em a lot more than you are in PLO.
Yeah, like that would be a pretty sneaky spot in Hold'em to go for a check raise. But I think in this game, it's just there's so many multi-card draws that Rick is going to be too smart to bet that turn.
Yeah, and definitely, again, he blocks all the strongest hands that Rick can have for semi-bluffs. So it's just difficult. If you maybe had like Queen 10, no spades or something, maybe he could check it because now he's also protecting floating the pot out of position, and he can hope that Rick will be betting spades on the turn. But I think given that he has Queen 10 of spades, it's difficult for Rick to have much other than a set or two pair or something like that.
Again, this is Thursday, 5-5-10 PLO. Min buy-in, initial buy-in, 1K, 2K, immediate match the stack.
What's our big stack right now?
Let's take a look at it really quick. It's going to boot it right now. As soon as got J-Ma with about $7,600.
Oh, that's because he just pulled out all. He puts his wallet on the table all day.
Yeah, but no one losing their shirts just yet. But again, it's still early on. We're only a quarter way through this chat live stream in the chat. I'm not gonna lie, you guys bailed me out tonight because I was like gonna have to run all this solo. And I was
we don't want to
go team.
Yeah.
We didn't want to leave you hanging.
We're a team, buddy.
Yeah.
We're not gonna.
Where's the alcohol?
Where is alcohol?
I don't know the answer.
Eric promised me.
Yeah.
He lied.
We all quit, guys. Sorry. Chat, take over.
Somebody send us alcohol to the booth.
No alcohol. We're done.
I'm not. I haven't even started yet. Got Hannah Ma in the chat saying "Go J Ma." I'm assuming that's some sort of smiley kiss.
I'm guessing that's wife of.
Yeah, I believe it is.
But I have fans in the chat sometimes that profess love and things.
Yeah.
That are not hated. So.
I also love J-Ma, so you're gonna have to compete with me.
It's gonna be a fun
but
evening
nice
tonight.
to see you, Hannah, in the chat.
Yeah, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, and Yield Crack Aces. Yeah, but it was a super sudden. All of a sudden, in fact, Eric, who's running Action Tracker, and myself were down in Daytona Beach helping run a live stream down there. We're flown down to run a live stream for a tournament, and we had talked to Bugsy like 2 days before about the lineup in the stream, and just got word like on a Sunday that he passed away the night before. It was just shocking. So
yeah, that was.
Yeah, Bugsy's another great member of the poker community. He will be missed. Rest in peace, Bugsy. Yeah. Always, very fun to be around at the table. Always very jovial, telling jokes, tells great stories. Always a great attitude.
Here's that 5-5 suited ace combo hand that Boom Boom
The exact
has.
one I was talking about. Yeah. So, he missed flopping a set.
Yeah, you didn't call it out for him.
Yeah, but those are the little intricacies that you start to learn of what kind of starting hands you want to play. In Hold'em, you have charts, and there's a lot less combinations of hands and it's a little easier to come up with a strategy. There's just too many hands in PLO. So when you're trying to think of what hands you want to play, you want to go for types of hands. You want, high cards, connected cards, suited cards, cards that are working together. You never want to have, you want to have at least 3 cards that are working together.
And Hannah, John, at first we weren't going to run the stream because usually Kim runs the lineup, but she's just been so busy unpacking and family
unpacking and unpacking.
So selfish.
Yeah, and then family coming in town, and John texts me. He's like, "Are we going to have a stream to start?" He's like, "No, not PLO, Kim." He's like, "Let me see if I can pull a lineup together." I'm like, "If you can pull a PLO 5-5-10 PLO lineup in 24 hours." Thursday's your game. You got it for this Thursday.
That's awesome. He, I know, he absolutely loves the stream and loves supporting it, and it's really cool that, you stepped up and made this happen. I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely love that this game happened without any of my help.
Touche.
It's just a lot of responsibility. So it's nice that there are other people that are willing to put some effort into making something that they love happen, because it's definitely not easy to do week after week.
Now, Kim, in a multi-way situation like this, where you flop monotone and have just the naked ace of diamonds, usually I'm not going to start a bluff, but I will consider going for a check raise if somebody else does, and then just going for 3 streets. How do you play that? If it's multi-way, do you just kind of not go for it?
I think it completely depends on the players in the hand. So if there are players to my left that are definitely going to be betting thin value with smaller flushes or sets, and even some players that will be bombing this board with just 2 pair holdings and stuff like that, I love checking and then getting a check raise in, or check smooth call and then a check raise on the turn. I love just having a strategy of how would I play this hand with the nuts versus these players. And
I really would have liked on the King Deuce 3 specifically against Rye Guy a check
100%.
raise there. Do you agree with that one?
Absolutely. And see, but sometimes I don't go for the yeah, they're on the flip. Sometimes I don't go for it based on who's at the table. Like players that are just never folding king high and queen high flushes to 3 barrels if we're deep enough. So
makes sense.
All right. So we had kind of mentioned a little special announcement potentially at the break. Surprise. We're going to pull up this nice little slide here. We're going to let somebody in the booth talk about this a little bit. Let's take a look at this right here. I know this is a flip.
Yeah, we can just ignore this flip.
Yeah, we can ignore the flip.
So Hayden and I started a Facebook group. It was named Low Stakes Rounding for a while, and we just changed it to Low Stakes Rounders because people were getting confused anyways. But the basic gist of the group is for the lower stakes players that are trying to elevate their game to the next level, and players that should be comfortable asking questions. And it's crazy. The community is over 160 people deep in just a few days. So, and there's tons of professional poker players, high level, high stakes players in there. There's a lot of poker dealers and poker personnel in there. There's just a lot of regs and recreational players. It's just a really great group. Now, to supplement that, we are actually also launching a poker coaching stream. It actually won't be a stream. It's like a private
mini academy.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's going to be
poker out loud almost.
There won't be any out louds, but there will be. We will have 9 students, and we will video your play, and Hayden and I will commentate. We might even have some other guest speakers in there, but Hayden and I will watch the stream and commentate on it live, and then you will receive a USB drive with the stream on there and the content on there with our commentary, and without it also, just so you can focus on the play and everything else. And then the next day we will go over some of the hand histories that are of interest to everybody, and give some strategy advice, and have like a little poker seminar on the second day. So it will be a Saturday, Sunday combo. It's likely to be March 18th. I'm getting all my months confused. But yeah, if you're interested, find us on Facebook, the group, or talk to Ed, Eric, Hayden, or I, and we will get you signed up. And obviously there's limited space available, so we'll have to do some kind of selection process for the first class. I fully expect this class to fill up.
So sign up quick, everybody.
Yes, the class will be $1,200. And what's really cool is Poker House is not charging any actual fee. The $200 that will be going to Poker House will actually be given to you in time. So you will actually just get 20 hours of time with for your 200. So they will basically be sort of breaking even and like having their additional time costs in there, and 4 of the hours will go to the live stream when you play, and 16 hours will be for you to use after you learn all kinds of cool ways to increase your profitability at the table. So we're really excited about this. I'll give more details on the next flip. We'll go back to the action.
That's awesome. And not only are both Hayden and Kim great players, but they're great at explaining their thought process.
Agreed.
And they've also, you know, they've walked the walk. So not only are they high stakes players now, but they started playing low stakes. And so they've beaten the game. They know what it takes to beat the game. And if you're looking to improve your game, this is the best type of way to study. And so I highly, highly recommend it.
Yeah, another cool thing that we're doing to pair with this particular class is we decided that we're going to prove that we can play in these lower stakes lineups just like you guys, with the same levels of strategy and play that is going to be required from any low stakes player. And so Hayden and I are restricting all of our play for the month of March to 1-2, 1-3, and 2-5 with the cap game. So we are going to be low stakes rounding with everybody else, and so that when we talk to you and give you advice on your game, you know that it's relative to the stakes you're going to be playing as well. So against the same field. So hopefully that will help.
Prop bet coming. How much can we win here at 1-2? I'm in. Let's go.
We're definitely. I'm definitely curious. I haven't played these stakes in a long time, but I used to play 1-3 no limit in San Jose with a 300 cap buy-in.
Hey,
and it used to be
I've done
thousands and thousands
I've done $200
dollars, and I made somewhere between $70 and $100 an hour in that game. It was a small sample size, but I used to crush that game, and so I'd like to see if the action here is very similar, and with the stacked up of 500, I'm hoping that my hourly will still be solid in it. But I haven't even played a hand of poker since my birthday, so.
Yeah.
I have quite large samples at all various stake sizes, and it is very possible to win in a low stakes rake game. 10 big blinds an hour, that would be 1-2, that'd be $20, 1-3, $30. And the cool thing about Dallas is with the rake structure here, you can definitely make way more than that.
Yep.
Because you're not getting $5 taken out of every pot. And
we should say the non-rake structure.
The non-rake structure. Yeah.
Yes. With just the time structure. So I mean, it's
you
definitely.
You can definitely build a bankroll in Dallas playing small stakes poker.
Oh, Scott Friedman said I played that game 2 days ago at Matrix, the former Garden City. I actually worked for Garden City 1 month before they closed, and moved to Casino Matrix and helped open that casino as a poker dealer. Gosh, that was, I don't even know.
Uh-oh, look, I heard all in somewhere. Got 2 players with 2 pocket kings.
Look at these hands. Every time we've seen aces, we've seen 2 pairs of kings. We've just seen aces and kings and aces and kings and aces and kings.
This is another good spot for Edison here. High stakes, no limit player. Haven't seen him play PLO yet. I'm sure he's a very intelligent person, so I'm sure he plays it well.
All right. We're going to get it in here with kings. Now, how do you feel about, I mean, obviously with Edison he was the original 3-better after I think a raise from Baboon on the button. How do you feel about raising with like 3 spades and kind of like, I mean, you Jack 9, you got some straights, but like, you're not double suit. Oh, never mind.
No, I definitely understand your thought process.
Yeah.
That's a very good question in a multi-way hand. But
Right.
Given that there was already raises and calls in front of him, it's a perfect squeeze spot.
Okay.
Now, if he had, if there was a ton of action in front of him and, getting it all in pre-flop really wasn't an option, like you could play this hand a little bit slower given that you have 3 spades, but I think we're happy to just get it in.
Also, there's no real danglers here. It'd be a lot different if it was like ace, jack, 6. But the jack 9 to go with the aces isn't too bad. So,
right.
You're always doing trade-offs. It's hard to get all 4 cards working together, but that's pretty close. And aces are usually good enough on its own to try to just shovel up as much money in pre-flop as you can. Heads up, aces is still going to be a favorite over any hand in PLO.
Mark with his sick brag again about his wins over there. I definitely want to get Mark Wee coaching. Let me know how much you charge.
Yeah, I don't know. Coaching can be intimidating for a lot of people, but it pays for itself right away.
Oh, yeah, for sure, 100%.
If you're trying to improve, that is the route to go.
Like, if this is how I tell people, like
a buy-in.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm like, what's your big blind per hour? They're like, whatever, X. But like, if you could,
Negative 10.
Yeah, but right, let's say you're, on 1-2, you're 10 big blinds, right? So
Well, that's
$20.
a very good player.
Well, but you know what I mean. But let's say like, okay, and you're playing 20 hours a week, and you can more than double it. Like do the Asian math.
Let's think of it like this. Like, if you you thought that you were going to learn, let's just say 2 or 3 profitable things to add to your game.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just do it? And and at what price? How much would you invest in learning those 2 or 3 things that are going to increase your profitability at the table? And here's the reality. If you're not willing to put up money to increase your profitability at the game, that's literally how the rest of us make money off of you. Because if you're not getting better and you're making the same mistakes, and we're capitalizing on that. Professional poker players are going to be capitalizing on the mistakes you're making. And if no one tells you you're making them, how do you know? I mean, we're hoping that you're observant enough to figure it out on your own, but sometimes we're not. Sometimes we just don't even know why we're losing in these spots or what it is. Sometimes it just takes someone telling you. Or, again, another big factor I think that people don't talk about a lot is mindset. Mm-hmm. And that's definitely one of my superpowers. I have a pretty good mind for poker, and I think both of y'all have been recipients of Kim Stone pep talks, right?
Yeah.
And
I had a Kim Stone pep talk.
I think that it's something that I've mastered, is like the thought processes behind being a winning player, and I think that that's going to be one thing that I can add a lot of value in these coaching sessions. So if it wasn't such a ridiculous offer, I would almost offer your money back. If you didn't learn $1,200 worth of information from our class, I would almost say, here's your money back. But I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to do that. I mean, because it's
not going to be an issue.
But I almost want to be like, if you don't learn enough in the session, you can come back and I'll give you a few more classes for free, because like I guarantee you're going to learn something that is just really going to click for you and help you become a better player.
And
so I'm excited about that.
Access to Kim and Hayden as well, even
100%.
after the class. So
we're
you'll
also
be able to do hand histories and get continued value moving forward.
Yeah, and this is hopefully a relationship that we're going to build with you. We will do some beginner, intermediate, and more advanced classes, and so we're excited about it.
All right, Mark, we got you, bud. Let's get in there.
First locked in candidate, Mark Wee.
He needs it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I troll Mark just for fun. I'm still mad about him not telling
You
me.
gonna take that from Eddie over here?
Just kidding. Just go.
Just make sure you throw
Look
that.
at this. There's gonna be. It looks like there's gonna be definitely gonna be a multi-way flop here. King of Spades.
So what's the opening raise to? 35, or are they straddling to 25? I can't.
They can. So on a 5 they can straddle to 20.
In my game, everything is complete min. So if there's only one straddle available, and it's the $20 straddle. So that I don't know what they're doing in this particular game. But
What's the opening raise to though? If there's no straddle,
if there's
Is it
no,
35?
it would be it's 5, 5, 10. So it would be 40.
40. Okay. Oh yeah, the extra 5. It's
Yeah.
not just 5, 10. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get some stats up. So. And look for that to be announced as well. Still got a number of viewers in the chat.
baboon.
Look at this.
There's a
No.
stranglehold on it with the 7.
That was a really sick turn for him.
And now his diamonds are basically just blockers to the nut draw.
Yeah, it's gonna get there with.
The 7's gonna be good.
I mean, do you ever bet for value here based off this kind of line taken?
Yeah, I mean, there's no straight draws.
Even without like an ace or a king, like king 7, ace, yeah. Okay, so
I'd rather go for a check call. I think this is good.
yeah.
I did. JP's value bet here is probably a little light.
Gonna get looked up here, JP. Baboon gonna make the call. Gonna get the winner. Gonna pick up about $1,200. Let's take a look at cumulative winnings so far through 30 hands on the stream. All right.
30 hands, they are flying.
Yeah, and with it being 5, 5, 10, the swings aren't as dramatic as I thought they were going to be. Again, with it being PLO, very higher variance game with equities running so close to each other. Got JL, Rye Guy, J-Ma all in the green so far. And our 3 biggest losers, we got Baboon down about $1,100. Even, I don't know if that hand is factored into this, depending on when Eric hit next, but JP down about $1,300 and Rick down about $1,900. So that's it so far through 30 hands through about an hour and 20 minutes of play so far. Again, let's take a look at some VPIP percentages. And again, you're seeing a lot of players limp. Again, this hand just started, so that goes away. But
Pots are just going to keep getting bigger as people get stuck and stacks get deeper.
why don't you address that question from Rich Greenberg?
Yes, Richard Greenberg says, when teaching, do you adjust to the particular person's playing style, whether they are aggressive or a lot tighter in ranges? And he says he's asking basically teaching based on the person's individual game. 100%. Like, it wouldn't make sense to try to make a tighter player loose passive or a loose aggressive player, to play super, super tight. I definitely think that's the strength of me and Hayden, our pairing, because his style is a lot tighter, more aggressive than mine, and mine is a lot more loose and also aggressive. So, but we both have proven stats to be profitable in these lineups, and I think that we try very hard to coordinate our teaching styles and our coaching based on each individual. And in a group setting, we're definitely going to generalize a lot of strategy, but we do offer private coaching, and we definitely tailor it to each individual style. I think if you talk to some people like Jim and Dory Coyle, we have coached them a lot, and their games are both vastly different. They actually kind of mirror personalities on Hayden and I. Jim is a lot tighter, he has a tight aggressive style, and Dory is a lot looser, splashier, and more aggressive and fearless like mine. So I think that they can tell you that we've definitely adjusted coaching based on each individual person. So I really do think that everyone is going to learn a lot, and it's a lot of fun for us to, help players have that light bulb moment where they're just like, oh, that's the thing that I struggle with the most, and give them some tools and tips on how to.
And the cool thing is, even though they both have different styles, they're both coming from the same fundamental, underlying theory and kind of branch out from there. So, you can kind of get your own style while still being taught, clear things that are definitely mistakes or definitely good things that you have part of your game. So I think it's good for every type of player.
And Mark Lee, your question, ace, king 5, I saw that particular hand you were talking about. It's not a great hand. There was no suits in that hand whatsoever. However, he was in position, so I don't mind it. And it really just depends on your style. If you're willing to have some bluffs, if you're willing to, go to town with that in certain spots, you can play that hand. If you're only playing that hand to flop a set of aces, then you shouldn't be putting too much money into it. If you're able to, see a flop with it and then just play fit or fold in a multi-way spot for the minimum amount of money, I think that's fine too. But in general, unsuited aces are difficult to play for bloated pots if you're not super experienced in playing post-flop with it.
The other nice benefit of playing a hand like that slowly is for when you do hit a set of aces,
no one knows.
You're going to be a lot more disguised.
Yeah.
And so you can get a lot of money in post flop with a very nutted hand and cooler somebody. I really like these double pair hands that Edison has. He's got board coverage high and low here. Is this a bluff here? 6, 7.
Yeah. I don't mind this stab. I think his sizing is fine too. If nobody has anything, they're gonna let him have it. But a lot of the draws break out. But it's not gonna work in this particular spot. So.
My only concern is, do you think he's ever good there when he just checks it? Like, are you getting hands like? So you're betting to get hands like aces, kings, queens to fold. Do you think those hands are folding or not?
I think it's probably, for that sizing, it's probably unlikely. I'm not quite sure if out of position against two players, if it was thought out too hard, but in that spot. But I don't mind his stab there.
I agree. I think it's probably
maybe
fine.
He shouldn't be doing it without like an ace or a king blocker. That's a good idea.
Yeah, so you always want to be thinking, what better hands when you're bluffing, what better hands are folding when you're betting for value, what worse hands are calling, what better hands are folding. So you have a plan and a reason behind your bet. So don't be afraid to take a few seconds and kind of think about why you're betting.
In PLO it is a lot easier to fall into the trap that I talk to a lot of amateur players about, is timing. Snap betting, snap checking, snap potting, snap folding. You just don't want to do it in PLO, even more so than in Hold'em, because there's just a lot more things to consider. And you want to take your time and make sure you're targeting the appropriate hands for the appropriate reasons and finding the appropriate sizes when you're betting. And it's very easy to just fall into the trap of saying pot or bet or throwing chips out there.
A lot of people have that snap pot bet in live PLO. I've also noticed that. And, that's a great point. You don't need a tank, but you can also at least give yourself a few seconds to kind of understand the situation and what you're trying to accomplish.
Richard Greenberg says, I've seen you play in the other room, and I think the success you have can definitely pay dividends. To a semi-experienced player as myself, my issue is extending my sessions too long. Oh, definitely. Again, when I coach on mindset, I definitely talk to you about like how long your sessions. I have a small checklist that I recommend players go through in their mind at every dealer change. You just want to ask yourself, how do I feel right now? Am I playing my best game? Am I tired? Am I hungry? Am I tilted? And you want to just ask yourself these questions real quick. And if your answer is, I feel good, I might be losing, but I'm still in the mindset to be a winner and to play my hands to the best of my ability for the next 30 minutes, and you just sit there and you grind. And then another part of the checklist is, how do I feel about this table? Am I comfortable at this table? Am I able to extract money from my opponents at this table? Is it too reg heavy? Is it too pro heavy? Should I be table changing? Should I go home? These are all questions you should be asking yourself on a regular basis. If not every 30 minutes, maybe every hour or two, you need to check in with yourself and make sure that your reasons for staying aren't chasing losses, because I'm tilted, because I have nothing else better to do, all those things. If you're taking this game seriously, you want to check in with yourself and make sure you're able to do your job well. And your job is to make money off your current table. So.
And if you feel like you're having trouble with that, I think for newer players that are struggling with their mental game, it's not a bad idea to have a stop loss, especially in a game like PLO. No matter how much you lie to yourself, most people cannot play the same when they're stuck a lot. And when my role was still being built, that was a kind of a rule I set for myself to help me not have any too big of a crazy losing session.
And I see, even on the flip side, something that y'all are talking about is you're turning your heaters into coolers, or spewing back some of your profit after going on a good run. And I also recommend sometimes that taking a winner, regardless how long or short your session is, if you've come off of a bad run of losing or whatever, just ask yourself also, like, if I were to lose all this money back, if I got aces and someone got kings, we got it all in a pre-flop, and they bust me here, how upset would I be? How devastating would it be to my psyche? How devastating would it be to my bankroll? Winning 5 buy-ins in one game is a lot to some bankrolls, and there's nothing wrong with that. Going home and taking that winner, it's completely respectable. So definitely all kinds of things that I recommend as we grow our game that we take into consideration. Once you become more comfortable with your game, or you're in a solid place psychologically, or your bankroll is in really great shape, pressing your luck, or, pressing your hours and increasing your hours at the table is always going to be best, but only should be done under the right circumstances. So.
Yeah, and if you have a strong role and a strong mindset, most people do the opposite of what they should be doing. They play longer when they're losing and playing poorly, and they leave when they're winning.
100%.
When you are probably playing good when you're winning, so you should be staying longer. But again, there's caveats to all that. It really depends on your personal situation, your personal mindset. So there are arguments for every type of quitting. Quitting is a skill of the game. If you're going to make it in the long run, you have to know how to quit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that just knowing yourself is a massive part of poker that you don't hear a ton of people talk about. Know yourself, be self-aware.
And be honest with yourself.
100%. And just, I tell people all the time on the other streams, on the Hold'em streams and stuff, I see, like, when you get your nose broken, you're constantly pressing, and you're playing super aggressively, and you've got a lot of bluffs in your range, and it's just like that's actually the worst thing you can do. When your nose is broken, you should be aware that you're capable of spewing, and just be a lot more careful and probably tighten up a little bit. And people play looser when they're losing, when they should definitely be playing tighter.
So we've got the nuts here for JL versus a mystery hand for Ryan. That'll be fun.
The assumption would be he has a set, right?
Yeah,
because,
he's
so,
got to
like,
be
what
pretty
else?
strong here.
I mean, what else could he have?
Yeah.
He could also have the same straight, because
Yep.
sometimes you don't want to be raising with the nut straight until the turn.
I like him having the ace of hearts here so he can be more comfortable betting again on the river. I imagine Ryan's going to be folding a lot of his hands right now. He does have position, so he could probably call one more with a set, try to fill up. Now I think it's even more likely that he is full.
You mean he has a set?
Yeah, sorry.
I was like, we're not full yet.
Well, I see the river. No, just kidding.
Going to be full?
See, now this is, flopping the nuts on a low straight board can be, pretty dicey when the board runs out like this. But again, having the ace of hearts is a little bit better. Let's see what Ryan does here. Is he going to turn a set into a bluff? Does he have some hearts? Maybe he's got the wrap to a higher straight.
Be hard to have a straight here, other than the actual nutted straight.
Oh, I'd love to
Or
see a
the
check
flop
raise
nutted
right
straight.
here by JL. Let's do it.
He's asking the right questions.
Poor dealer. Yeah. Very interesting play here. Now the question is, does he do this when he actually has the flush? Or is he just going to bet pot himself? If Ryan thinks he's definitely got a flush, probably a pretty high one too. Very curious to see what he's got.
This is fun, mystery hand. We don't
Yeah.
get it very often, and then I agree with you. I think he could have smaller flushes here. He could also be turning this set into a bluff, but
Looking at his stack, he can't be thinking about a re-raise. Maybe he's got like the 7 of hearts or the 10 of hearts, and he's just gonna. I think that's a little risky, but would love to see something like that. Wow, he must have a.
he's really thinking about it.
Yeah, he's got to have a flush if he's thinking like this. Unless he's just got to read on the situation. Like I said, the line is kind of interesting where he goes bet, check raise. He is going to have some backdoor flushes, played it that way, but I don't know if he's going to go for the river check raise. Because how often is your opponent going to bet when you have the ace of hearts yourself? You're blocking their main betting hand. Honestly, if he turned over the ace of hearts, I wouldn't be surprised if it made Ryan call. Yes, Mark, he's bluffing with the ace of hearts. He knows his straight isn't very likely good against Ryan's river bet. So he was betting for value, and things change street to street so much in PLO that now this is a great bluffing spot, which is part of the value of his hand, because when it does run out like this, he does have a very strong bluff. He's just going to show one. Oh, got him. But Ryan was definitely suspicious there, so kudos to him for thinking it over. Love the needles. Oh, stop breaking the cards, everybody. These are expensive.
Yeah, that is part of the problem with having a lot of non-stream regulars playing PLO. The PLO cards are PLO. It's a lot more difficult to squeeze your cards carefully. The cards don't flex very well, and so it's definitely difficult to look at all 4 cards without bending them, and that definitely breaks them. So please be careful whenever you're on the stream. Each deck costs $200, so it's it's very expensive to replace them.
Scott says don't love showing the ace. Kim, what are your views on showing cards in general? And are there any situations where you like it, don't like it?
Oh, I think that strategically you should be showing or not showing based on strategy. What is the point of showing? Is it the point of showing to gain credibility? Ooh. Is the is the strategy to show because you're a tie player and you're trying to imply that you have a lot more bluffs than you actually do? There's lots of strategy behind it. I don't think. Yeah, well, you want to go? You go. Yeah. I need to use the restroom, so when you're done, come back.
All right, back in the booth. Ran tracker for a few hands. All right. Any big action hands since I've left? Was out of the booth. Pretty active chat here this Thursday on the 5510 PLO stream. Kind of a last-minute PLO stream. Got the thumbnail up pretty later than normal, so...
Yeah, this is a great showing for PLO.
Yeah.
Love seeing everybody in the chat and asking good questions, and definitely enjoying this action. It's a little milder than a Texas Kim lineup,
I would agree with that.
but still tons of fun and a lot of really great plays. Richard Greenberg, I love it. He says, "Thank you, Kim, for the words of wisdom. Knowledge is power, and for me, I want to be the sponge and absorb it all." I appreciate your kind words, and I hope that maybe you'll join the poker stream. We need to call it something. What should we call it? The live stream class. The poker,
It's gotta be unique.
The poker stream, the poker coaching stream.
No, it's got to be way cooler than that.
Somebody help me.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
not
a stream, so we should stop calling it that.
Yeah.
We're not going to be streaming it. It's a taping.
You can call it like the Fortini Stone Academy. I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's not. I mean, we want to let people know that it has to do with the stream table. You know.
I mean, yeah. All right. Yeah, Richard Oates, he's going to be in the lineup tomorrow. That's what I needed to do. I was like, I need to do something. Now, tomorrow's lineup is going to be pretty sick. I'm going to have to do an updated thumbnail. So the current thumbnail for tomorrow is not correct. So I'm going to go ahead and read you guys the lineup tomorrow. This is the 5-10-25 live stream.
It's like we should call it the Battle of the Dallas Titans, because it's a Titanic versus Titanic type stream.
All right, here, JL with trip sevens. Currently with the best hand. Rye Guy with a little bit of equity here. Going to get Rye Guy to fold. All right, here's the lineup for tomorrow.
So I got some confirmation from Ryan. He said he had the 4-high flush. And he did say he would have snap folded if he just bet, but the check raise made him think about it. Just like I was thinking the same thing. Little suspicious.
Hope you guys are enjoying this 5-5-10 Thursday night PLO stream. Tune in tomorrow. And again, it's gonna be a 5-10-25 live stream, 6 to 10 p.m. Match to stack, 3 to 5K buy-in this Saturday from 5 to 9 p.m. 5-5-10 from this Saturday from 5 to 9 p.m.
It definitely makes me miss the game. I haven't squeezed. Okay, you don't want me to talk
No,
about it?
I didn't know who was. I muted. I just need to make sure I mute the right.
Ed's like, you want to talk?
Yeah. Well,
Volume down. Oh, beautiful hand. 9876.
oh, look at this.
Rundown, very sexy. 6655. That's interesting. We haven't heard a lot from Brandon, so let's see if he gets in the mix.
Well, first hand, you guys were still
Rye
on your
guy
way.
with aces again. Solid aces. Wow, this is crazy.
It's been a while since I've seen Brandon in the mix. First hand, you guys were still en route, flopped quads.
Oh.
So didn't get played, obviously.
It's hard to get paid with quads. Okay. Wow. JL flopping the world right here.
And Rye
No
guy?
clubs in his hand, though, which is a little bit problematic, which is probably why he checked out of position with his hand. You definitely don't want to be bloating it, but now he's betting. I'm not quite sure I love that. I guess he's assuming that if anybody would have had a set, they would have bet the flop. So, but that also being said, a lot of 5-4s, 8-5s are definitely going to check this flop. So I would be a little bit concerned that someone might have voted up on the turn, but he did keep his sizing small. He probably is just looking to see.
Oops, you're good.
I think he also blocks a lot of the other rundowns that have a 5 in it. So, you know, it's a decent bluff candidate, but I agree. It's kind of like a one and done type of thing.
Yeah, well, but is it a bluff? Like, we have so much showdown value. I'd almost want someone else to rep a 5. Also, there's 2 flush draws out there, so it's just like we get some value out of people semi-bluffing. So I actually think that it's not a bad candidate to just check and call and let someone try to blast off with it. But I'm not quite sure.
Quick question, again, relative to Hold'em, sometimes we talk about like block betting. Do you guys agree with the concept of block betting in PLO?
I think it's a little more dangerous in PLO. It doesn't quite accomplish all the things that you want it to accomplish in a Hold'em setting. You're bloating the pot with your block bet. So now when someone raises the pot and puts you in a bad shape, they're able to do it for a larger bet. So it's actually...
The issue for me is that you're kind of on a path to polarization, and in PLO on the river, it's just naturally all situations are very polarized. So you're not. When I was talking before about smaller bet sizings, that was on earlier streets. You're still almost always going to want to bet larger on the river, and that's just because just by betting on the river itself is a naturally polarized situation in PLO. That's kind of the way I look at it anyway.
Rye guy had the nut diamond draw. I'm guessing since he only had one draw, he opted to fold on the turn. I think also the board was paired, so he just decided not to invest any more money with that hand. And I do want to note J-Mon's hand right here, the ace, king, 3 deuce. As Hold'em players, we look at that and we're like, oh, this is sexy. We got to, we actually don't necessarily want to blow the crap out of the pot with this particular hand, because while it looks really pretty, it's disguisingly terrible, because you only have one ace-high suit, and if the king was suited, if it was ace-3 of spades and king deuce of hearts, this hand is much stronger and has a lot more playability after the flop. This hand with just such a small heart draw, it really is more difficult to get a lot of value with his hand, and also can wind up having some reverse implied odds. Also, it has 3 wheel cards, and if this was a PLO 8 or better or a Congress game, this hand is obviously has a ton of value.
Good, yeah.
But in this particular game, all high, it's important to have nutted hands and nutted draws, and there's just a lot less combinations of nutted flops that you can have with that.
Yeah, you're going to get overstrated a lot when you make the wheel. Wheel cards in general are just not very good in PLO. It's much better to have a 6 included, just so you can kind of overstraight other wheel players.
But when you're first entering PLO, I know that like a hand like that just looks like a mandatory play, and you know, even in position, you might consider bloating the pot with it. And I just recommend that we don't with that particular hand for all the reasons previously stated.
Definitely.
It's just deceptively weak.
Another super premium here for Brandon.
All right, my turn.
2 of the biggest pairs and a suit. And flops top set.
Does have the ace of clubs. Yep, blocking nut flushes.
Definitely makes it a little more comfortable betting if you want to start betting for value. Also, even though there's a straight available, I almost always tend to bet top set specifically for value.
Okay.
Just because you're going to cooler a lot of other sets, and when you do make full houses, you're going to over full house other people, and you want to start building a pot. Also, it will put hands like 10-9 in very tough spots on a lot of turns. I actually wouldn't even be that worried about 10-9 specifically with the ace of clubs in my hand as well. Now you can play all board pairs, you can play all clubs, you can play you know, higher straight cards. So you want to be thinking about, you know, how are the turn and rivers going to change the board texture? How is it going to change the nuts? Is it a dynamic flop? Or is it a static flop like 8-8 deuce where the turn is not going to change the nuts very often? These are some of the concepts you should be thinking about when you're deciding whether or not to bet, whether or not to build a pot with a strong hand, or whether you should be pot controlling.
And look at this hand from Brandon here.
Getting a string of starting hands here.
He's been relatively quiet since his quads hand from the first hand.
Another like small intricacy to notice is there's like a huge difference between ace, king, queen, queen with the ace high suit and versus the king high suit. Obviously, this is still a very strong hand.
Right.
You're also blocking aces and kings. But those are very important concepts to start thinking about as you are trying to become a PLO player. And both flop flush draws. The other thing is having both the king and the queen, you're blocking your opponent from having a really high flush draw.
Right.
So Rick's never going to really play this very fast. He understands that he's going to be dominated here a lot. I think when it goes check, check, he might want to try to put a little value.
Yeah. Even though Brandon does have the best hand, Rick gonna lead the turn on a 2 of spades. Doesn't change too much other than being in a hand like 3-4 in. He does have a 3, but
he
still
might want to bet for a little bit of protection. You know, his 10s he thinks might be good. He's also got a straight draw, but a lot of cards are gonna, you know, make it a lot harder to bet on the river. But being out of position, I still would have preferred to check.
See if Rick's gonna barrel turn or river, and if so, what sizing he's gonna use.
Yeah, Rick has to know he's not good anymore, and he does have a 3 in his hand.
It is gonna bet 6
So
under in the 7.
I don't mind going for this. Let's see if it works. I'm actually not familiar with Brandon. I've never played with him before. Based on his posture, he looks like a player, but who knows? You know, you gotta put a read on your opponent right away and then adjust from there. Yeah, this is a tough spot. I'm probably folding here most of the time, but I'm not really sure, to be honest.
If we're talking about like defending your straddling range, right? This is a board that's probably way better for Rick's under the gun straddle defense than an open from Brandon, who hasn't been playing too many hands outside of premiums that we've seen on the stream. So that's on an 8 high board. Although the ace does get there on the river, like that's a board that's more favorable towards Rick than it is to Brandon.
Very nice bluff there by Rick. Gets it through. Takes down a pot. A little confidence builder. Rick wants to get in on the bomb pad action. I don't blame him. One of the other fun things about Texas, usually in the 2-5 games and higher for no limit, every dealer change we play double board PLO bomb pods, and the action can get pretty wild. So those are a lot of fun. I look forward to those. That's about all the PLO I play these days are double board bomb pots on dealer changes.
And that's kind of a new fascination now these days.
Oh yeah, it's spread. I think
wildfire.
I think it started in Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, either Texas or Florida. It's kind of,
but it's kind of spread all over the place.
Now there's tournaments like some of the casinos in Vegas.
I'm surprised the World Series of Poker isn't doing a bomb pot tournament this summer, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did one next summer.
All right, interesting 3-bet candidate right here.
Let's see, the Queen, Jack 8.
Only single suited, only to the Queen.
He's been pretty card dead tonight. Wants to get involved, build some pots, but you're not really blocking any of the strongest holdings. So the issue with this is if you do get 4-bet by hand like aces, you're actually in pretty rough shape in PLO against aces with this type of hand. And now he's built a pot, and he kind of, with this type of flop, which is going to happen a lot, you don't really know where you're at. So it looks like, you've got in Hold'em, this would be a great spot with queens, but
right.
He doesn't have any hearts. He doesn't have any other back doors going for him. So
his top pair.
He can't really hope to improve at all on the turn of river. Even if he hits a queen, it could be the queen of hearts.
He does. So he does turn.
Yeah, that's
trips.
That's a good one. He obviously did block top set eights, which was actually relevant. I missed that, and got the best turn card. And that being said, they are 4 cards that work together, so it is definitely still a strong hand. And he might be noticing people are playing a little loose, and so being able to raise a little bit lighter for value is never a bad thing.
But is that a hand you typically want to 3-bet out of position in on a table that likes to kind of like limp call? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. And personally, I wouldn't do it, but I'm also not a PLO expert, so I don't want to judge
why I'm asking
too harshly.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, because obviously, if people based off my commentary would probably want me to play on their PLO table.
The thing mostly with PLO, since I'm not the best player, when you're playing 9-handed,
right?
It's really hard to not just be on the nutted end of the spectrum.
Right.
So, I play very, very tight in full ring PLO. I really enjoy 6-handed PLO, but you don't get too much of an opportunity to play that, especially live.
Right.
If you want to do that, you got to go online.
There we go, JP.
And then you can
hasn't
start
been getting too much
hands like that more often.
Hasn't been getting too much into the action.
This is a very pretty hand to kind of come in for a raise and start building a pot.
Yeah, aces single suited though.
Still very good. Aces are the best hand. You can't just sit and wait for super premiums all night. That's a middle rundown connected hand for Brandon. And then kind of a lower rundown. The gap is at the top and in the middle, which isn't quite as good. I mentioned this last time on the PLO stream. Generally with these 4-card rundowns, you want to have a gap on the lower end of the rundown. It allows you to flop bigger reps.
I gotcha. And that totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Now JP flopping top set here. Also blocking the nut flush.
Yeah, so he's got everything right now. So this might be an example of a time where I'd go for a smaller bet. Let's see if he comes in for a raise here. I'm a little surprised Ragai bet. Trying to clear some equity.
Especially after an under the gun open.
He has a queen of clubs. He probably wants to get a little equity out there. I love the flat by JP. He's just not afraid of anything.
Right.
Although now you want to start getting some money in. He's also pretty short, so it's easy for him to get the money in by the river.
Yeah, so he gets it all in on the turn of the King of Diamonds. The King of Diamonds doesn't change too much here.
Yeah, I almost would have just gone for another check, although it's just so hard to get value because you have everything covered.
Right.
So what can your opponents really have?
Exactly.
I don't think Ryan's going to be betting again.
Let's take a look at these cumulative winnings so far. Again, JL in the 8 seat, up about 3,800. Jamon, the 1 seat, 1,300 up. Edison, who was kind of a late-minute addition to the live stream, up 300. So no one, again, with terrible big swings like we've seen in past PLO streams. Now,
JL's playing tough. He's got a nice bluff in there. He won a big pot with aces. Playing very aggressively. Loving to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we have 4 players with 1K losses, but, you know, all 4 of those losses are between 1.3 and 1.9. So it's not like somebody's down 6, 7, 8K on a 5-5-10 stream. So
I don't know where you come from, but 1,800 is a lot of money.
it is a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but
he can get it back in one hand.
That's
so let's
100%. Again, 76 of you in the chat here on our Thursday night 5-5-10 PLO. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please go ahead and do that. Helps us here.
So, chat, what's a like a really big loss or really big win for you? What is your biggest win and your biggest losing session ever?
Cash tourney.
Cash specifically.
Okay.
And obviously, if you don't want to say, that's totally understandable as well.
Biggest loss?
I am an IRS undercover agent, so I may be snitching on all of you. And yes, smash the like button, decapitate it if you will.
Yep. All right, Faizal here finally getting it into the mix here, flopping top set, but JP here with a pretty big combo draw.
Yeah, he's got the straight draw and a flush draw as well.
Yeah, he's going to get it all in here with a combo draw.
And you can see he's actually a favorite over the top set here. So these combo draws are the nuts in PLO, and you can play them aggressively. Very well played. Very unlucky for Faizal. Mark Wee says he's lost and wined and dined 5K in one day. I think he meant one. Yep, there it is. So
sick brag.
Well, I actually, right before you came back in, I was asking everybody what their biggest winning and losing sessions were. Mark, I'm guessing that's in Texas. That can be a pretty common loss for a 2-5 game in Texas.
Hopefully that wasn't one. Okay, never mind.
I won a $26,000 pot on the floor at 1-2 PLO at TCH a few months back.
I've seen some 20K pots in the 1-2 game at TCH before, so it can get pretty wild.
I indirectly mentioned that hand. I didn't say who it was, but that guy, Jim Boyd, who was in the chat, was asking about PLO, and I was like, yeah, just FYI, I know someone personally that won over,
a $26,000 pot.
I think I just said 25K pot, over a 25K pot.
It was a 3-way all-in.
I thought it was like 5-way all-in or something.
Oh, no, it was, you're right, it was like a 5-way all-in.
But there's a couple short stacks, and then you and the couple other guy.
Poker Monkey says he's made 3,500 and lost 1,000. That's a nice little spread.
Yeah.
I wish my biggest win was 3.5 times my biggest loss.
That's crazy.
Yeah, right. I mean,
I've actually played with Poker Monkey once. I wasn't able to get any money off of him. Next time.
I'm gonna guess that it's tough to get money out of Poker Monkey, which is a very good strategy.
Sometimes tight is right.
Oh, yeah.
If you can take more money out of everyone else than they can take out of you, then you're doing it right.
Yep.
And this hand with Faizal, with the ace-high clubs, I think it's worth playing. If it was any other suit, I would probably just get rid of this hand. What do you think, Kim? Do you like to play this type of hand?
I do love myself a suited ace.
Oh, yeah.
However,
all the suited aces are great.
I would not be opening it. I would try to limp it, but
limp called.
But I guess he is cut off, so it's not. It can't be bad.
Yeah. Yeah, just my hold'em roots. I definitely tend to come in for an open myself, even though I try to limp a little bit more in PLO.
Yeah, I think you don't want to have a ton of limp, early position limps in PLO, but as long as you're mixing your strongest hands in there too for limp 3-bets and limp jams, I think there's a lot more of an argument for limping double suited aces in early position. and having some limp raises against some really aggressive lineups, which everyone knows is my biggest argument against in Hold'em. Do not limp aces under the gun. Oh my gosh, in Hold'em,
Limping
what
is
is
not
happening?
pimping.
Limping is not pimping, except maybe in a tournament.
Yeah, if you're like,
Oh, like a
15
blind versus blind, and like
Well,
you
that's
have
different.
the big blind covered, and you want to try to get them to induce a jam. Okay, fine, right?
Yeah.
Also, just in tournaments in general, you can introduce
Strategies are different.
Yeah.
Yes.
like
yes.
15 to 20 big
But-
blinds.
Please don't limp your aces under the gun and hold them. It just, oh my gosh, it just makes me cringe every time I see it.
Talking to you, OFC.
Hiya!
Now OFC can do it because he's definitely
OFC?
has
He's also got
lots
the
of balances.
7-3.
Yes.
I saw that he folded 7-3 like 3 times
Mark
in a row
Weiss says I limp
yesterday.
all the time with King King and Ace Ace. Oh man, we gotta have a talk about that.
Was that your for the limp re-raise? What else do you do it with, Mark?
You gotta have a lot of other hands in there for your limp re-raise if you're gonna do it. And even then, it's just. I mean, why don't you
it's
just
just-
have tons of opens instead of tons of limping?
You know what's really funny?
We don't want balanced limping. We want balanced opens.
Yeah, it's actually very complicated to balance a limping range along with a raising range. It's not very practical
In Hold'em.
in Hold'em.
So for me, probably shouldn't give too much strategy away. But with that
I
being
like
said,
to limp re-raise in 7 days.
Honestly, like that, you would have that would be a good adjustment if you're going to do that. You need some like a really bad hand, and then you've got 16 combos of 7 deuce that you can do it with,
right?
along
But-
with the 9 and 9 or the
Versus 6
yeah.
combos of pocket aces and 6
Yeah,
combos of
so
pocket kings.
did I tell you when I first started playing poker and I realized you had to have some, balance in your game? I also wanted to practice. I was like, so why not pretend that 7 deuce is aces? And I'm going to play every 7 deuce as if it's pocket aces on every board texture. I'm going to pretend like it's aces, so I'll have some folds, I'll have some raises, I'll have some strong hands, and I'm just going to pretend 7 deuce is aces every time I get 7 deuce. But the problem with that is, like you said, you have a lot of combinations of 7 deuce and a lot less combinations of aces. And if people figure out what you're doing, they're going to start calling you a lot more. But I did practice it. It did help me learn to have like some more bluffs and to add some aggression to my game that's a little unnatural. So it was
Especially
definitely
in the 7 deuce game.
yeah. Now that was great practice. Now I enjoy the 7 deuce game because it actually is profitable to have those bluffs in there. But I would always show it. Obviously, you're not playing 7 deuce to not show 7 deuce.
Right.
So it was definitely something that I learned the hard way, that there's some problems with being that creative. But
Yeah. Also, like the blocking properties do matter so much when it comes to like what textures you're gonna.
you don't
how
block
you're
a
gonna
lot
play
with 7
textures.
deuce offsuit.
So yeah, and so like faking having aces doesn't work when there's 4 aces out there still for your opponents to have.
Right.
But yeah, I've done the same thing, and it's definitely a lot of people don't know how to pull the trigger as a bluff, and that's great practice. Is mentally pretend, like literally assume you have aces, and just like believe it yourself, and so your opponents will believe it too.
Yeah.
Richard Greenberg says flopping the nuts in PLO loses more often than it wins. So, while that might be a little bit of a general statement, it does bring a good point that depending on the board, for instance, when JL flopped the nuts straight with 4-5, if the nuts are going to change a lot on the turn and river, you need to think about that when you're starting to blow to pot in early position on the flop. Are you going to be able to bet many turns and rivers, or are you going to have to check fold a lot? Do you have other draws to go with it? So I do agree that a lot of people overplay the nuts on the flop with nothing else to go with it, and then they're just in no man's land in a bloated pot on the river when the board has changed twice. So you definitely want to plan for that ahead of time, so you're not kind of caught with your pants down, for lack of a better analogy.
Let's take a look at some stats real quick. Let's take a look at VPIP percentages.
Whoa,
So
get
some
it in
pretty
there.
high VPIPs, right? Rick down at the bottom, Brand at the bottom, 36, 28%.
This is crazy.
Yeah, but let's take a look at PFR real quick. Now, if you're going to compare the two, you're seeing that a lot of these guys are using kind of like a limp call strategy, and there's not a ton of pre-flop raising, with the exception of Rye Guy in the 9th seat and Edison in the 6th seat. So they're the ones kind of forcing the action pre-flop in terms of raising, but again, there's a lot of limp calling here. So it's a pretty high VPIP percentage. I mean, it's not having Yao, Bao, or Kim on the stream, but
whoa!
I'm just saying,
don't throw me under the bus.
I mean,
no, I'm kidding.
if I
throw
read the
me
math,
under all VPIP pluses
Yeah.
if you need to. If you want to call an apple, an apple.
Right. Touche.
So I did want to mention something in case it was confusing earlier. The coaching stream that we're going to be doing is going to be Hold'em. It's going to be Hold'em based, and it's definitely going to be cash game lessons, because somebody said something about learning how to play PLO like me. First of all, you don't want to do that. It's scary. I mean, a lot of variance.
Build your bankroll first.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but oh my goodness, it's a scary game. I've been invested in a 1-2 PLO game for $15K before, so
yeah.
If you're
and I
to
won
cover
like
people-
8,000. So
Yeah, if you cover people in these 1-2 PLO games, you are going to have some swings, and you have to know what you're doing.
yeah, it's definitely not for.
The faint of heart.
Yes. Even Hayden's just like, oh my God, I don't even like checking in with you. But yes, it's going to be. Mark Wee said how many hours each day. So the stream, the taping will be 4 hours. So you're going to need to dedicate about 5 hours total.
But on
for
day
that
one, yeah.
Yeah, and it'll be a Saturday morning, and then it'll be a Sunday afternoon recap session. It'll be about 2 to 3 hours on Sunday afternoon. Like I said, the target date is for the 18th. We'll definitely make sure we have enough students for it. Oh, look, it's quads.
And get a head start. Go ahead to Facebook and sign up for the group. And you
Low
can
stake
start-
rounders.
Even Danny created a little Facebook account to follow
I
the
want to
group.
learn from Hayden and Kim.
But there you
if
go.
I'm going to learn from them, you guys should too.
Yeah, so see, Richard Greenberg said, glad you mentioned that because I would prefer no limit hold'em. Yeah, we definitely.
Surprise, PLO.
I
Great
will
pull
tell
there.
you. I will admittedly tell you that I'm basically unstudied in PLO. I'm completely self-taught and instinct, trial and error based, learned from PLO. So take all of my advice with a grain of salt. But in Hold'em, I definitely am a lot more studied, and Hayden has all the fundamentals down in Hold'em, so you'll learn a lot from both of us. Mine is my game and my style is a lot more field-based, a lot more exploitative, exploitive something.
Expletive.
Yes, KTO. We'll just say it's KTO.
Kim
And-
Theory Optimal, baby.
Yes. And Hayden, of course, will have a lot more GTO advice, but he plays an exploitative something or other game as well. Exploitative something.
Good job, Kim.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to sound as professional, and
You're doing a bang-up job.
thank you. Bang up or bang, bang job. Anyways, it'll be a lot of fun. And we might run a little, small stakes PLO course as well in the future, and also potentially a tournament.
She
course
just has
as
to
well,
learn how to
but-
play first.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding.
I need to learn how to speak. That would be good.
No, actually, Kim is amazing at making concepts, very difficult concepts, easy to understand with analogies. I think you're going to be really good at this. So, really good value.
Thank you.
Because it's important to help them. If they don't understand why, there's no point to learning.
Absolutely, and that's basically the biggest question I ask Kaden all the time, and he has gotten a lot better at expressing the whys. But he's very, very good at it. Don't get me wrong. But sometimes I would just say, but why? But why? But why? And he would always like get a little defensive. He'd be like, why are you questioning me? And I'm like, what? I'm not questioning you. I want to know the why. It was like, if you can't explain to me why, then I'm not going to change my ways. I'm set in these ways. I need to know why I need to change. And
it's actually a really good practice too. So even if it's difficult, a lot of us have, instinct for the game, but exploring that answer of why is really what helps you get to the next level, because then you can start adjusting situation by situation.
An interesting bet here from Rick.
So he blocks like all of the, 10x rundowns, 7x rundowns, probably trying to get him off, and he unblocks hearts. So he's probably trying to get him off hands like aces, kings. I guess he just called pre, so he doesn't have too many aces. But he will have a lot of flush draws. He does have 9-8, which is not necessarily good. Let's see if he can get him to fold here. Rick's already pulled a nice bluff off.
Wow, nice bluff, Rick. Like you said, though, having 9-8 definitely blocks guy from having 9-8.
Which
so
he did happen to have.
But he did have it. And the funny thing is, guy actually thought to himself, what could he possibly have?
Yeah.
He has to have the made hand, and my 10 is no kicker. So,
the thing is,
Rick's bet is definitely polar, right? So it's just he has a nutted hand or
especially
air,
on a double paired board and hold'em, it's really hard to have a boat. So if he thinks Rick is going to go for value there with a hand like ace 10, then I would like to fold more. But how many boats is he really going to have there?
But Rick should be betting for value with ace 10. So
I think that's true.
So it is a good. I think it's a weird. I think it's a weird spot and a great fold in theory. By guy, I think his thought process was correct. I think Rick just pulled a nice bluff and a really great sizing that kind of seemed like value, but also large enough to where he could win the pot with a fold. So
definitely a tough spot. It's close, and I actually probably would have leaned fold as well. It's just so you're not beating any value, like you said. He doesn't have a very strong 10, so he's really only beating bluffs, and there aren't very many of those.
Yeah. And he blocks the bluff combo that Rick should have.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
9-8, they both block each other's.
Blockers are made up.
Yeah. Blockers aren't real, but they are. They're just not as real as some people think they are.
Yeah, some people take them a little overboard or don't understand the context in which they should be applied.
And blockers should not be first. Some people overvalue the whole blocker thing in the sense that they like prioritize it in the list of reasons to do something.
Agreed.
And it should be very much secondary or even last. Like I think that a lot of times, like especially given certain players and certain lineups, it should be the last thing that sways you one direction or another when you're kind of in the middle ground of like making a decision. It should not be, oh, I'm going to bluff here because I have blockers. Well, do you have 4 opponents on the river that hate to fold? Then I think that
blockers are irrelevant at that point.
Exactly. But yeah, do I have a lot of opponents that love folding? Well, now my blockers, matter.
Absolutely.
So it definitely depends on your lineup and situation.
And for me, I completely agree. And what I'll do is if I have kind of a split decision, sometimes I want to check, sometimes I want to bet, I use the blocker to decide, okay, does this hand want to bet, have more incentive to bet now or check? So I usually use blockers for my split decisions as well.
Yeah, right.
You guys are hearing it from 2 of the best in the DFW area. Got Mr. Danny Marks in the chat, or in the booth, along with Miss Texas Kim Stone. Again, Danny's going to be with us on the Felt tomorrow and Saturday. Again, tomorrow's stream 5/10/25. Same time, 6 to 10 p.m. Saturday, change of time. Testing out a new time. Was from 4 to 8 p.m. It's now 5 to 9 p.m. Going to see how that time slot works for this weekend. So just trying a few things out. So tune in 5 to 9 p.m. this Saturday for 5/5/10 and tomorrow 5/10/25.
You guys are going to have to make me change my bedtime.
Yeah. What are you talking about? You probably a late night player.
Boone here with the overpair. Clean aces. Well, not quite clean because it would make a straight, but still a very strong hand with the overpair and the nut flush draw.
In a bit.
You bet full pot, looks like.
Yeah, I didn't see because I.
So this would be the type of situation, Kim, where like would be the type of spot where I would bet smaller personally to kind of keep some of the lower ones in.
Well, also we have too much of it. We have
Exactly. You
aces.
have everything
So
blocked.
in this particular spot, I do agree that sizing is just too much. We have lots and lots of things in this particular hand working for us, and when you have the majority of the possible hands, the nut flush draw, an overpair, the board is kind of dry, especially given that we have the nut flush draw. We just want to keep our sizing smaller, definitely. But my argument was just that, like, in general, I don't mind the betting pot in some of these lineups where people are just calling way too much with too many things. I think this table, again, is a lot more competent and a lot more strategic thinking players. So I think that we need to use a lot more creative sizings and put a lot more thought into what we're doing and who we're targeting. And you can tell that the advanced thinkers and the players are really targeting one another with specific bluffs, with specific blockers, and specific strategies. So I think this is a fun stream for me to watch. Just a lot, sometimes it's hard to watch these like 5, 6, 7 white flops and people are just gambling, and it's just like, may the best gambler win.
There's been a lot of really interesting and creative plays tonight.
For sure.
My favorite was definitely JL's bet check raise on the river with the naked ace of hearts. But we've had a lot of really good bluffs. Rick's had a couple good bluffs. And it's tough for him. He hasn't had many hands tonight either, so it's nice to see him kind of find some spots and kind of force his way to the win.
So Richard Greenberg says, are you planning to teach the intermediate level versus the beginner level? So I would say that everyone who's going to be in this initial class will be intermediate level. I would say, again, recreational players trying to make a stand as grinders, or professional poker players, 1-2, 1-3, small stakes 2-5 game grinders who are trying to step up their game to a level to play a more professional level, deeper stacked buy-ins and larger cash games. So I think no one's going to be beginner. We definitely have talked about doing like a very small stakes 1-1 or 1-2 for people who are just really entry level. But I would say this is intermediate.
I think you get the best value once you kind of want to learn the basics on your own. Like, what starting hands do you want to start playing with? Some of your initial opening sizes, and then once you have some of those basics, you're going to get a lot more value, kind of at the beginner intermediate level versus a complete beginner. Ricky, me and Eddie are a little hurt right now that you don't love us. I mean, we all love Kim, but come on now, give us some love too.
We'll put Kim on mute for the rest of the stream. No, I'm just kidding.
You should have seen how sad Eddie got when he read that.
He's like, look at that guy.
Time out for Ricky.
Too much love. Yeah, I think that this class will really be great for all levels. But almost getting murdered by the door. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Like I said, I guarantee anyone who takes this class that they're really going to enjoy it. And learn a lot. What's really cool is we're going to be targeting you as an individual and speaking to your strategy and the hands that you play when you're on stream. We're going to be watching you and commentating on every single hand that's played. But not only will it be about your game, is you will get to see the mistakes other people are making, and I will be talking about their mistakes, and we'll be highlighting the good plays and the bad plays, all the things. So you actually will get to learn from other people's mistakes as well as your own. So it's really going to be an awesome thing for you to have, and you're going to have that thumb drive for all eternity. So you can watch it over and over again and learn as much as you can from it. Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Here, tripped out boat, the boat. Turning tens, full of nines, baboon.
These are the hands I like to have in PLO. Straight
Yeah.
nuts.
Bet, snap, fold.
And
Now
I'm
it's-
sure Kim will be asking a lot of your thought process, so she can help you kind of understand if you're maybe not thinking about a spot clearly. So
We're thinking about it incorrectly.
Yeah.
Well, we would definitely, that's why we're doing the second part of the class all together, so that we can discuss like your strategies. We will definitely be time stamping a particular hands and be like really delving into like, oh, hey, Ed, when you went all in pre-flop for 100 big blinds with aces under the gun, what were you thinking? Because, blah, 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 and you can say, oh, or why do we have a limping strategy under the gun with pocket kings? Like, what's our thought process?
Yeah.
What are we trying to accomplish with that? And kind of hear from you directly about your thought processes, as well as like, again, discussing a lot of mindset ideas and things that will be relevant to the entire class.
and that'll help tailor to the individual as well as the class, so that'll be nice.
Yes, and again, we can always do private coaching as well. I definitely recommend that everyone books at least an hour to discuss strategy after the stream, or after this particular seminar, to really dive deep into your own individual strategies and problems that you might have in your own game.
Garen, the course is going to be $1,200, but it's even better value. $200 of that goes towards time.
20 hours worth of time here at
Yeah,
Poker House.
so you're going to get free time for Poker House, so it's more like $1,000. As far as the dates, I think it's in March. Kim can probably
18th and
answer that.
19th, Saturday
Yes.
morning, late morning to mid-afternoon kind of thing, and then going over the following Sunday.
What
Yes.
you want to do for now is join the Facebook group, and you can get more information in there.
Yes,
and
I'm gonna
talk to Kim and Hayden directly. So,
So
Eddie will put that in
good
for you.
segue real quick in between hands. So for those of you new joining the chat, talked about Kim Stone and her significant other, who's probably in the chat or
Look at those smiles.
putting baby to bed. So join their Facebook group, Low Stakes Rounders, on Facebook. And you kind of, you'll hear more about it over the next few days as they kind of finalize the details. But it's kind of a good platform on the Facebook page. There's some chat going on now about, hey, did I play this hand right, or what would you guys do? And people are putting in their input from different, people that play recreational, that play on a professional level. So you get to see different perspectives on how to play different hands, or you're like, oh, I played this wrong, and everybody's going to be like, yeah, I would do this, or I would do that, blah, 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 blah. So take a look at that. We're going to get back into action. We're definitely going to highlight Low Stakes Rounders again a few more times throughout the stream. Let's get back into this action. Hand 55.
J-Ma with a sexy hand. He hasn't really had a lot working for him recently.
Still up, though. Actually, the second biggest winner so far, it looks like it.
And that's what's important to remember, again, when we discuss mindset coaching and, advice. Like, he hasn't played a ton of hands, and he's one of the biggest winners in this game. So sometimes, like you said, tight is right.
Ema's a PLO guy too, right?
Yeah.
Yes. he's-
I think I've played with him once, but yeah, I've heard.
In
he's a-
Hold'em,
he's a good player.
if he played in Hold'em, it's because he was waiting for a PLO seat.
He may have played one of the streams here with me, but I don't remember.
He hasn't played a Hold'em stream. He may have played the ROE stream.
Yeah.
What did you do to the baby, Hayden? It just went down?
Hey, yeah.
Yeah. What did I say that Ed did today when Eric was like, what? The baby's not at the house? I said, Ed just punted the baby.
Yeah.
He just punted the baby to the daycare. Rick with a nice hand. Tens. 10, 10, 9, 8. Now, one of our discussions earlier about hands like this is that it's slightly stronger for the 8, 8 and the 9, the 8, 8 to be paired, not the 10, 10, 9, 8. And the reason for that is when you want to flop top set, you also want to flop the nut straight draw as well. So that's just one of the slight things that when you're evaluating the strength of your hand that you take into consideration. That being said, we also are usually happier to flop a set of 10s versus a set of 8s. So it is a little bit different in that respect. But if you look at this flop,
You block
if you
the
would
set
have
of 10s, though, when you have the 10-9 in your hand, too, so that's nice.
yeah. So on that particular flop, if you noticed, it was Jack 8, 3 or whatever, and if you would have flopped a set of 8s, you would have 9, 10 open-ended to the nut straight. So it's exactly the type of thing that we were talking about there.
And that's why it's so much harder to understand what a good starting hand in this PLO with PLO, and takes a little bit more time to kind of think about those
Absolutely.
situations.
And if people don't tell you, it takes a long time for you to figure it out before you're just like, oh, well, I have 4 cards. All 4 cards look good.
A few trips to the ATM.
Yes, exactly. But so these tips that Danny and I are giving you should save you a little money here and there. It will take some time for you to implement it in your own game and figure it out that, oh, what Kim and Danny says is actually true. I wish my hand was XYZ instead of this. But yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot of intricacies.
a lot of trial and error in this game.
A lot of hands that look similar but can be way different in value depending on what the suit and other combinations are.
How much can I sue when he bops me in the face with this
He's in
door?
a war zone over here.
We usually don't go 3 deep very often. So
Yeah, no, it's a...
And Mark, we talked about kind of showing the stats and stuff like that. I'm going to show you kind of a neat stat after this hand. Good God. Okay. It looks like the hand of the most equity is JL turns nut flush draw with 2 pair. Right? Yeah, 2 pair. Kings and 10s. No one with Jack 10 or Ace.
JL's hand is pretty strong here.
Yeah.
I will say one thing about Brandon's hand is he does double block the nut straight, so I'm guessing that's why he bet this.
He's probably trying to set up a river bluff depending on the river, and this is not one of the river cards he's going to bluff on, but he wanted to make the pot a little bigger so when he does bluff pot on the river, he can have a little bit more credibility, but I don't think it would make sense on this card.
Yeah, that's an excellent check. Yeah. Because what is your opponent calling with on the turn? You're hopeful he has hearts, but even a random heart draw also has some other version of equity, and a lot of them contain the King of Hearts. If you notice, the King of Hearts is a key card.
A lot of King X2 pair type hands that you're not going to get to fold on the turn, but build a pot so you can get them to fold on the river.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so
this is, again, a much more advanced thinking table for PLO. This is a great lesson on how to play PLO well and not just gamble. But I will say that gambling in PLO is a lot more lucrative than gambling in Hold'em.
So, Mark, let me show you something cool, which we will do for you when you guys take this class. So, towards like halfway through the stream, at the end of the stream, we're going to pull up these individual stats that's not currently being pulled up right now. There it goes, right here. So, you can pull... good God. Next hand. Next hand.
You're too slow. You snooze, you lose. Mark Wee gave us a really nice compliment. He said, I played the 1-3 stream this Monday, and I can say that just seeing my player stats was invaluable. Combining that plus the actual coaching from Kimmy and Hayden on your play, that's a no-brainer. And I totally agree, and I'm not even saying it because it's us, but I'm saying that if we had a chance to have, some of our coaches or respected players that we wanted to help evaluate our game, and they were able to watch us for an entire stream and then go over the stream with us afterwards, that's just the awesome class and awesome thing that you can do.
Now, check this out. A little 3-bet here from Edison with 9-7-6-5. A little rundown here with 3 down. Okay. And he flops the mirror right there.
The 3-pair hand.
Yeah. But Rick does flop the straight. Wait. No straight. with. He has a heart draw.
He
And a
has an
straight
excellent
draw.
hand,
He has
though,
excellent hand.
on this board.
9
texture.
gives him the
Yeah.
nuts as well.
We definitely want to start betting this hand with Rick's hand. Edison on the button, we're definitely not folding yet. On a hand like this, it looks deceptively strong.
Right.
We need to be careful bloating it because we really have basically a bluff catcher,
Full house draw.
and we're trying to pair the board for as cheap as possible.
I'm really enjoying watching Rick play. He hasn't been getting much as far as starting hands, but he's been playing his spots very well. And so understanding how to turn spots into profitable situations is how you're going to win in the long run. And Rick is clearly a very studied player, a very good player. He's got the 8 here. I really like a continue. He's got a good 3-barrel candidate, plus he can get there on the river.
Well, he already has the 8 straight now with the 4.
Yeah, this is gonna fold here. Straight's already there. Figures he's drawn pretty third on the boat for the boat outs.
Nice
All
hand, Rick.
So Rick, you didn't know about this, but for those of you that are in the chat that are interested, like if you're gonna potentially do this class, so like at points during the stream, we'll be able to pull up a stat like this. So we'll pull up J-Moss specifically. I'm legit clicking on his name. Okay, there it goes. So you can see kind of like your player position, your chip count. So you can see your individual stats as a player. And I usually do this for each of the streams. So, JMOP, VPIP, 39%, PFR, 13%, went to Showdown, 40%, and aggression frequency, 41%. And then Kim and Hayden will be able to basically say, okay, based off these kind of stats, and obviously seeing what kind of hands you got in position and all that can kind of like help you potentially plug some leaks based off, some of those percentages and how they're interpreting it based off actual play as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the number one leak for almost all starting players is that they play too many hands.
Way too many hands.
And they play them too passively. So those are the 2 big leaks, and it'll be the easiest thing to spot when they watch you play.
Brandon here going to raise with double suited 7s, middling hands.
This is a nice hand to raise for board coverage. You don't want to just be raising with your all your big card hands, because then when the board comes low, your opponents know you'll never have it. So you have to have some 3-bets and some opens with this type of hand as well.
And we talked about this a little bit about like 3-betting hand, like 6-7 suited or 7-8 suited.
Same concept.
Same concept, because if the flop comes low, it actually hits your hand, but if the flop comes high, you can represent those types of hands. So
the thing in PLO is it's even more. So if you're going to come in behind a bunch of players, I like coming in for a squeeze with that type of hand, because when you have like a double suited low card hand, your flushes are going to be good much more often when you take it heads up to the flop versus when you take it multi-way. So they also make good squeezes, because now when you're heads up against hands like aces or big cards, your flushes are more likely to be good.
Ricky asked, how much do you charge for coaching? I really don't take individual students. I just assist Hayden with his lessons. But if I had a student as enthusiastic and such a big fan as yourself, I would say $100 an hour would probably be the expected rate.
And that is very good. Kim makes more than $100 an hour playing this game, so
yes,
you're getting good value out of that.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I don't coach very often.
Yeah.
It's just it's a little expensive for me to teach, and it's also why like this experiments will be interesting, because obviously our hourly is being lowered, playing lower stakes, but it's to pair with all these extra projects. I'm really excited about it. I hope that my win rate when I get to these smaller stakes tables still is enough to make it worth the while. But I haven't played stakes this small in a while, so it'll be interesting with capped buy-ins and things like that, navigating old school ways.
Hey, if I keep losing on these Friday and Saturday streams, I'll be down in those low stakes games with you as well.
MJ Jones wants to know, who's chattering.
In the
Ed, you
bottom.
want to
Yeah, it's me, Eddie the
hype
Asian.
us up, please?
Eddie the Asian sensation. And after this hand, I'll pull up a little slide and let you know who you're talking talking to you. That's me with the James Earl Jones
I need
voice.
to get a cowboy hat.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
You should.
Yeah.
It would
Cowboy
be
hats are
weird,
cool.
but I
It'd
think
be
you could do it.
Cool is what you meant to say.
No, I just weird for you. Like it's just not. It doesn't seem like you, but
Well,
I'd be
I
surprised.
wouldn't have to wear. I would have to not wear a hoodie with it.
Yes, you would have to be. You'd have to wear that jacket though. You wear your Carlos jacket and your
And
a sharp hat.
All right, MJ Jones. This is our guest commentators in the booth, along with myself. Our Thursday night 5-5-10 PLO guest commentary. Got Mr. Danny Marks, 2022 World Series of Poker Circuit Choctaw main event winner for last summer. And Miss Texas Kim Stone here in the booth giving you some PLO commentary. You're going to see Danny Marks on tomorrow's 5-10-25 stream, Hold'em 6 to 10 p.m. and Saturday's 5-5-10 stream from 5 to 9 p.m. So I'll do that, Poker Monkey. Next hand.
those are beautiful faces.
Yes, I agree.
I literally didn't know if it was only going to be one of you or just me. So I literally made four
Different.
different canvas when I got here.
We wouldn't leave you hanging, Eddie.
No, I was just like,
You're
if you,
our
I
buddy.
wasn't worried about it, but I was just like, I don't know.
I'm here for you.
We both
Oh.
are. I was just like not
J-Mo has a-
motivated.
J-Mo has a cowboy hat? What?
Did he put one on?
No,
Did
but
he
I'm saying,
steal it from C5?
Hannah, you need to let him know to wear that tomorrow. Now, I did.
Oh, I think I saw a Facebook pic with it.
Interesting.
He's a sharp-looking dude, Hannah. Your family is very beautiful. I see your Facebook pics. You have lovely children. You're quite a beautiful lady yourself. You guys make a great family.
You guys
All right.
Got any,
For the record, Danny is single, so Hannah, if
All
you got
your
any
ladies in the
available
chat.
sisters,
All the ladies in the chat are probably the significant
Ladies
others
of
of
the poker
players
chat.
in the chat. So. Oh, somebody said something, but I couldn't say.
we got to get the FCC out here.
Richard says, how many nights a week do y'all play? Would it be the same schedule if you weren't on the stream? Actually, Richard, one of the reasons why we'll be taking a little bit of a break from the stream is we haven't spent a ton of quality evening hours with our daughter. So now that we have her school situation figured out, daycare, whatever, what have you, we're trying to pull more 9-to-5 type hours, which is the beauty of being a professional poker player and living in Texas is that there are good games 24/7. I actually saw some comments earlier about how people's profitability is decreased based on like playing like a weekday versus a weekend night, and I completely disagree. I think that action during the weekday hours can be very, very good.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure in the lower stakes games if that's still true or not, but my opinion is that you should be profitable in these games 24/7. Yes,
Dallas.
once in a while you will run into a bad game, then you just take the day off, or if you can't table change, then you move on. But I just think that you should work on your game enough to where you're profitable in most lineups in Dallas.
Yeah, and this isn't like Vegas where you're getting a bunch of drunk tourists on the weekends, so Saturday nights, Friday nights are the best nights. In Dallas, I would say Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are the best days to play poker. So just like Kim said, you can find good games any time of day, any day of the week.
So I do want to mention this hand right here. Faizal is all in with 5-5-4-3. Pardon me. This hand is a fun hand to gamble with. I understand why we're in here with this hand, but the problem with it when we're all in for $300 in a multi-way situation is that we have zero protection. We have to see all 5 cards against God only knows how many opponents. And for
best hand.
5 high to wind up winning on the river versus all these possible opponents, it's going to be difficult. So if we're going to choose a hand to gamble with in this spot, I think we need to have a little bit higher card
Distribution.
yeah, a little bit higher card mandatory strength. And if we are going to play a hand like this, we should be deeper stacked.
I got the shittiest cans. 4-way action on the side, guys.
Oh my gosh. So like I said, 5-way pre-flop. Oh, and what do I know? I don't know.
Easy game.
I don't know.
You got to make the best hand, and he's doing a good job so far.
Yeah.
But he's still only 60%. Let's see what happens here.
Queen of diamonds. No one with diamonds. Equity increases for Faizal here in the 2 seat.
A 10 or a jack.
Yeah. Well, this is an impressive hold so far for this 5-5-4.
Oh,
Three.
he gets it.
And they're gonna get the quadruple. Is there a side pot?
Quintuple up.
Quintuple up.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Quintuple up.
It's the highest one I know how to say.
This is awesome. Septuple up.
Yeah, now up to 1,500 after getting
Sextuple up.
it in all in with
Favorite.
5-4-4. I don't even know what the other card was. So getting the nice 5x up, quintuple up there on that hand. Again, we got 65 viewers in this chat. Thank you for tuning in this Thursday for our 5-5-10 Thursday PLO stream. Like, share, subscribe. If you haven't, tomorrow 5-10-25 no limit hold'em. Saturday 5-5-10, 5-5-10 hold'em as well. 5 to 9 p.m. that Saturday. You know, all these people are gonna text J-Ma next week. You think you're gonna be back on the PLO stream next week or no?
I mean, like I said, we really got to focus on grinding the small stakes hours. Otherwise, we're not going to have a real sense of what the hourly can be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we'll see. And like I said, we really want to try to limit the amount of nighttime hours we're doing.
Which is why I appreciate you bailing me out today.
Yeah.
I wasn't stressed out about the commentating, although it's really difficult to do all this.
PLO is hard to commentate on anyways. Like, it's very nice having you and Danny in here to pick up on hands that I might be missing and to fill. There's also a lot of dead time, too, because there's just a lot more going on in between hands. A lot more cards need to be shuffled, a lot more. You know, it's just definitely a tougher game to talk about. And if you're not a PLO player, which I know you're not really, it's definitely going to be a little bit difficult for you to do it by yourself.
For sure.
But, yeah, I needed my fix. I needed to come be a part of the action of some.
I know. Does it feel like, even though you're not part of the action, that you're still getting like a little bit of your poker fix here?
Yeah, for sure. And you know, it's nice to get out of the house. I've been just 24/7 moving, unpacking boxes. We just shifted all the boxes to another room, and I was like, oh my gosh, I thought I was done. And you see it all in one spot, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm not done.
For only being moved in for a week and a half, it's actually pretty good.
What, a week and a half? Isn't it just 1 week, or is it because it wasn't Friday, or is it more than 7 days? Tomorrow would be 1 full week, right?
Oh, it's been less than a week. You've done a hell of a lot. Yeah, you're right.
Thanks. Okay, I was just like, oh my gosh, if it's really taking me 2 weeks, this is bad. But I thought I was doing good 1 week. But yeah,
more than most.
It just seems never ending.
And I think a lot of these players are enjoying it. A lot of these guys that I've seen, at least in the room, if they play Hold'em, it's because they're waiting for a PLO or a bomb pot or ROE table, and as soon as one opens or C gets, they leave. So for them to get a chance to play on a PLO stream,
No,
on the live
it's
stream,
definitely different. Like, everyone says the same thing. Like, I mean, for PLO players, playing Hold'em is a mild form of torture.
Right.
Like, now, granted, I love the nuances in Hold'em. There's just a lot of cool things you can do in Hold'em that you cannot do in PLO. So I definitely enjoy both. But, when I'm really deep in my PLO strategy, it is torture to play Hold'em.
Yeah.
Like, you're just looking at two cards and you're like, where are my other two cards?
right. Now, Mark, I know Mark's in the chat. Before I talk about the Wednesday game, is it kind of, even though it's quote unquote semi-private, is it not semi-private? Before I start talking about it, before I start kind of like pimping it out.
Oh, I
know it's semi-private.
I actually want to talk about, though, we definitely want to start spreading 1-3.
Yeah.
1-3 or 2-3. I'm even thinking 2-3 would be a great game.
Okay.
Here, 2-3 Hold'em.
No, I just said, gotcha.
And awesome. And we definitely, I think it could be a really great bridge between the 1-2 game to the 2-5 game.
Right.
And so definitely look for that to be posted on Poker Atlas in the next few days. Again, I'm entertaining family this weekend, but come Monday, I'm going to be back on the felt.
Let's go.
And we're going to be doing lots of cool things.
Pew, pew.
Yes, Mark, you and me will get it going. 1-3 at Poker House.
So,
And actually, Mark, I want to help you get a 1-3 ROE game, too.
So Edison flopping the nut flush draw here, but Faizal with the middle set and one blocker to the straight. So, but again, J-Ma has 2 diamonds in his hand, so it's going to reduce some diamond runouts for Edison. King of Spades doesn't change anything on this board too much. I say that like it's Hold'em, right? Like on the turn, it can change a lot actually, but kind of based off action.
So who bet the flop, Faizal or
Oh no,
J-Ma did?
I was reading Mark's comment, so. All right, here Faizal with the best hand with a set of 5s. Gonna take this pot down. Gonna start building a stack back up here. All right, so let's talk about that a little bit. So on a Wednesday, Mark has started like 2 weeks ago. I kind of helped him get it started. Well, but I got it thumbs up here. But on a Wednesday morning at 10 a.m., we're running a 1-3 like 1K cap game. But we can straddle under the gun, multiple straddles, play a 7 deuce game. We can play the stand-up game. Just other fun, cool things, and it's a really action-packed game. Now, and then also this past Monday, we ran our first. We treated it as like a quote-unquote President's Day live stream to kind of hype it up a little bit, but it ended up being
a little bit way hyped.
Way more hype. Hayden played it, Mark played it, crazy, and we got a lot of positive feedback. So what was once a Monday 1-2-500 cap, which is our main game here at Poker House. We are going to try to spread this 1-3 game here, 1K cap at Poker House. And so on Mondays, we're going to convert that 1-2-500K game, 500 cap game to a 1-3, 1K cap live stream. So if you're interested in potentially playing that for all you kind of like lower quote-unquote stakes players that want to play on a live stream, get in contact with me, get in contact with Eric Anderson here at Poker House to potentially get your name on that list for the 1-3, 1K cap. It's going to be from 5 to 9 p.m. on Mondays. So look to contact one of us.
And just remember, 1-3 in Texas
is not 1-3.
Game. It is like 2-5 elsewhere or bigger.
Oh, I agree.
For sure.
Is this a natural stack or a 1K cap?
It's a 1K cap, but there was
better, I think.
I think there was 18K. I know you said you had 18K on the table on Wednesday, but I think there was like 18K on the 1K on the live stream on Monday, which was stupid. Maybe more than that. So.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of rooms in Texas, 1-3 will be the biggest game, but with the way the buy-in works, everybody gets super deep, super fast, straddles get going, and next thing you know, you got multi-$1,000 pots. Doing a little shuffle here in our spaceship.
both mine. This one's mine.
Yeah, this is mine.
Okay.
All right. Some really nice plays so far. Just like you said, a lot more experienced players here, so it's really nice to be able to watch some really advanced plays, some really nice bluffs coming from several players tonight. Let's see if we can get a really big cooler going. See some big pots by the end of the night.
Yeah, this has been a lot more of a strategic stream. We've had a lot of PLO streams in the past with a ton of gambling and just a lot of all-ins and multi-way action, flops, turns, and rivers. So it's just it's a lot more difficult to navigate and have. It's definitely going to be a lot more straight-up value versus some, bluffing just doesn't work when you have as often and when you have 3 or 4 opponents on a turn or a river. So definitely been really fun to watch these guys playing some next level PLO and having a lot more strategy in their bets and their sizing and their position, and it's been cool to see.
I'm learning myself, so it's been great. It's nice to kind of think about. One thing to help you improve is to always give your opponents the benefit of the doubt and make an argument for both plays, or all plays, I should say. Why would it be good to raise here? Why would it be good to fold here? Why would it be good to call here? And just kind of think through so you can just build a better understanding for your incentives behind various plays. And then speak them over with more experienced players, like in this case Kim here for PLO, and try to learn and take away some tactics, if you will, moving forward.
So just recently, I've eliminated a hand like JP's in my pre-flop range because I just love ace-high suited hands. They're just so strong in PLO. But when you have the third diamond in your hand like he does, it just diminishes the raw value of your hand. And his raw value is a little weak anyways. Like his connectedness is not great. So as far as like eliminating just a few hands in my range to so that my VPIP is not completely out of control and I'm not spewing, this is one of the ones that I just recently took away from my pre-flop call range. But
yeah, it's one thing to have one dangler, but you've got 2 danglers plus you're blocking your own flush outs, like Kim was saying. So you really have a lot working against you. The only thing he's got working for him is the button. But the issue is you're going to get in a lot of marginal spots where you're putting a lot of money in when you're blocking your own draws and moderate 2 pairs, etc. So it's just not. It just puts you in a lot of dicey spots in the long run.
So while I do love that he's turning this hand into a bluff on the button with 0 equity, I think that that's just a great play. You've got to have it sometimes. I think that the problem with it is that you have. That's interesting. He just bombed that river with 2 pair when the front door flush draw got there. Interesting. Anyways, I was just going to say, if you are going to have some just raw 0 equity type bluffs, I think we need to have a club, or preferably a club and a heart in our hand to just block some potential of getting action. And you just definitely want to have some blockers whenever you're just straight bluffing in a multi-way action pot. I just think also trying to bluff in a 4-way turn like that with the board double suited and completely connected, it's just a really ambitious bluff. So definitely want to take that into consideration for you to expect that no player is going to continue in the hand is pretty optimistic. So
Exactly. Have a game plan.
I think we just find a better bluff spot, really. But that being said, I don't know. That bomb on the river is very interesting by JL.
I guess he just thought his hand was no good, but I mean, if it's no good, I don't know if you're getting any better hands to fold.
Agreed, especially given that. Oh, maybe you just get the raw straight to fold though. So
It
that's
seems
what
like
he's
that's what he
thinking.
was targeting.
Yeah.
You know, JP is going to have a lot of straights based on the turn action. So, you know, he thought he was just on his flush draw and wanted to play the other flush draw. But again, he didn't have any clubs.
As a blocker.
Yeah, so it's a little risky, but, you know, he does take it down. Well played. He knows his man.
Yeah. And some parts of PLO are just straight soul rates, straight.
Absolutely.
I don't want to say straight guessing, but like good guessing, educated guessing.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, live poker is definitely a different beast. And I know I've played with JL quite a bit. He's got a lot of live experience. And so a lot of players will rely on that experience to make plays like that. I used to play with JL a lot back in the early days of TCH, but I stopped playing PLO as much. He used to play a little Hold'em as well, but now he's mostly just playing PLO. I want to see J-Ma getting a big hand here. He's been a little card dead. He's ready for him. He's got the purple chips.
Oh, very sexy hand. Ace Jack 9-8 double suited. On the button even. Oh man.
I love
We
that you
live
brought
for
back the
these kinds of
four-color
hands.
decks, especially for PLO. It's really nice to look at these types
I
of
like
hands.
every time they take it away, I'm just like, why are we doing that? Can we please have the 4-color deck? Please have the 4-color deck.
Yeah, I mean, look how pretty that hand is.
Hey Cisco, welcome to the chat. Nice to see you tuning in. That's a very good friend of Ed's.
Oh, any friend of Ed's is a friend of mine. Welcome, Cisco.
I say that and then I'm like, oh wait, it's a different Cisco. But I'm pretty sure that's the Cisco best man and
You're
his
dead to me,
wedding.
Cisco.
Yeah.
For
All right.
anyone listening, I am almost always sarcastic. Please don't take anything I say seriously. I'll let you figure out the 10% of truth that I tell.
You tell a lot more truth than OFC, so it's fine.
True.
No one can lie as much as him.
No. 2 backdoor draws here for Brandon.
Yeah, I definitely love this
Lot
bet.
of
Even though
barrel opportunities.
even though our raw hand strength isn't that great, there's just so many turn cards we're going to be continuing on. This is
That's
the
only-
worst
yeah.
one.
That's one of the ones we're not.
Oh man.
But a hand that has like multiple backdoors like that has a lot of barrel opportunities. Plus, you're in position, so you can pot control on any street, like how he's going to have to do here. And honestly, I'm probably just folding if he bets into us.
Yeah, the one card that we don't block is the king, and it's just very likely when we hold all the other things that our opponent has the
Yeah.
other thing.
I would almost rather raise as a bluff than call, but I don't think that's going to be very good here either. Also, he's too short for that.
Oh, he did
He
jam.
does raise. Okay. So, I mean, it is actually a good, these are my favorite types of bluffs in Hold'em, where you've got, a lot of the full houses blocked. This is a good play. Again, I would rather him do this than call.
Well, and also, I
just
think
don't
the only
he's-
thing is like he's a little bit short stacked, but he did
Yeah.
fold.
Yeah, so very nice.
I did see Faizal make some tight laydowns on the river, so that could also be player dependent and targeted. So
Yeah.
But very, very nice play, though.
Yeah, he can definitely, against that stack size, he can check back aces on the turn. He can have a hand like jacks there, ace, king, king, jack. So really, he doesn't really beat any value, and it was really nice of him to be able to find a bluff like that.
And it's really not a bad price. I mean, the worst that can happen is you're losing another $450, and the size of the pot warrants it. Like, it would be a bluff that I would probably just lazily not try. So it's really cool to see someone just give it a go, and it worked. I'm sure he didn't put the money in thinking that it wasn't going to work. So that's pretty cool.
And seeing that he only had 450 left is probably what would have deterred me as well.
Right.
So it's extra cool that he, knew that he could get him to fold.
Yeah. Wow, Markwee is a millionaire in loyalty points.
Nice.
That's how loyal he is.
The point master is back. If he has real nice, he might get some more points.
We were just commenting on Markwee's millionaire loyalty status.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, 1.5 million.
So I walk outside just to double check some stuff, and then
Frank is a millionaire too.
what's it called? I had like 3 people like bum rush me outside, like, hey, is there a seat open? I'm like, I'm not running alternates today, so talk to Eric or John in the 1 seat, A, and B. They're like, are they going to play post stream? I'm like, just get your name on the list. I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys are going to want to play post stream. So like, I'm getting bum rushed out there, and I have to use the restroom. So it's getting some popularity. So in the room, a lot of people wanting to get on this list.
Tough game though, tough game, but a fun game.
Yeah, but you know what? Everyone's mixing it up, but they're
yeah.
doing lots of things, so it's not like anyone's playing. I mean, you saw the VPIPs. Like, everyone's VPIP is so high. It's crazy.
No, this is a fun game for sure.
All right, I told John, he said wait till to make sure that he was winning before he pulls because he's superstitious. Okay, so I'm waiting to pull his profile up.
Oh, my gosh.
So,
that's so funny.
In the 1 seat to help put the lineup together, we got John, J Ma, Hollywood Ma. Been playing poker for 15 years. Okay, favorite game. Before Texas, mixed games. After moving to Texas, PLO, which makes sense. Okay, style of play, very game dependent. And it said best poker achievement, knock on wood, still got an hour left. That's why I waited till the 3-hour mark to pull this up, and I double checked to make sure it was okay to pull it up. 26 win streak sessions since late December.
Wow.
Pretty solid there.
Current, huh? It's current.
Super current as of right now, still good. So we're hoping to keep that up. Hopefully I don't jinx you, J-Ma, but I guess Cisco in the chat, my best friend, talked to him last night a little bit, so.
So chat, what is your longest win streak? Also, what is your longest losing streak? I will tell you my answer later.
Hi-ya. All right, hand 70. Now, obviously, we usually get about 95 to 105 hands and hold them for 4-hour stream. So we're getting a ton of hands in.
Yeah, these guys are making their decisions pretty quickly, and it's nice.
No tanking in PLO.
So
that's true.
Let's just mention once again, using this time to plug, since I'm volunteering my
plug away.
Plug away. We're gonna plug it, and while she's plugging, I'm gonna give you guys 2,000 points. And if you listen and you sign up for a class, I'll give you a lot of points. Ooh.
Nice.
Got him. All right, gonna give you about 1,500 points. Give it about 2 minutes for it to set in. So go ahead, Kim. Plug away.
No, you plug. You plug. You're a much better plugger than me.
All right. So for those of you in the chat, new to the chat, or still currently. We got Miss Texas Kim Stone and Hayden Fortini, who's in the chat. Significant power poker couple here in the DFW Metroplex area. Kind of put together this little fun project of grinding low stakes pretty much for the rest of February, the end of March. And a result started a Facebook group called Low Stakes Rounders. So look for it on Facebook. I'll accept you. I am an admin. And I did not pay CCR. And these guys are going to put together kind of a coaching academy in mid-March. Okay, it's going to be on like a Saturday early morning to early afternoon, 4-hour stream. It's not going to be live streamed. It's going to be recorded, and you're going to play for 4 hours. With that, it's about $1,200. With that includes time. You get a swag bag. You get a USB drive with your recording of your 4-hour live stream. The next day, both Kim and Hayden are going to analyze the stream. Going to talk about hands that you're specifically in if you choose to join the class, but also for those players that are in the stream. So you're going to hear everybody's kind of thought process of how they played hands throughout that 4-hour stream. They're going to dissect those hands and kind of give it from their perspective, like how they would play it. You know, they're going to get your thought process to see how you played it and help some of these smaller stake players plug some leaks so that they can become more winning players at low stakes 1, 2, 1, 3, and then as maybe move up in stakes. So
Yeah, we're targeting
$200 deck, Danny.
we're targeting March 18th.
Yeah, March
19th is the current date.
I don't know who's.
Go ahead.
So it looks like I'm getting a thumbs up for PLO Professor to come in, I believe. So
Very exciting.
Mike, I think you're getting your wish to get PLO Professor. I was just told I did not manage the lineup for today, nor did I manage the alternate list. So, Faizal all in. He may have been all in. Doesn't have anything. Oh, he has. I'm sorry, he has Queen Eye Flush, but KP with the King Eye Flush.
KP.
And it looks like Faizal is going to be done for the stream. So,
GG, Faizal.
Oops,
Good
I'm sorry,
game.
that hand wasn't in there. So,
Yeah, Faizal ran pretty bad tonight. It can definitely happen in PLO.
yeah, a lot of variance in this game. So, apologize for that. So, let's get back to this real quick. In between hands, again, look for this to be announced and more advertised. So, more detail. But again, if you want to learn more about this particular venture, we'll talk about it over the next few days. Tomorrow's stream and Saturday's stream. Join Kim Stone and Hayden Fortini's Facebook page, Low Stakes Rounders. Again, they're going to be doing like not a 2-day summer, but like a 4-hour live stream class where you're just going to play, and they're going to commentate on it as you play, right? But again, it's not going to be live stream. It's just going to be for those players that paid for that particular coaching session, and then that 4-hour play is going to be analyzed the next day here at Poker House. Not sure what time that's going to be, but we'll work out those things. So look for that for like a Saturday to mid-afternoon, and then Sunday as well, maybe mid-morning to mid-afternoon, kind of maybe same time frame. But it's going to be a Saturday, Sunday. So if you're interested in stepping up your poker game, playing live, and then hopefully wanting to move up from 1-2, 1-3 to 2-5 and above, these are the two to help you put your game together, plug some leaks, and get on the winning ways of being a winning poker player. So that's a plug for Live Stakes Rounders. I can do the intro. Live Stakes Rounders featuring Kim Stone and Hayden 14.
It's low stakes rounders, but other than that,
What I say?
live stakes.
Low Stakes Rounders.
Also live.
Yeah.
But it will
Live
be
low
for
stakes.
live.
Live low stakes.
I know what your poker identity is. I'll definitely approve you.
Time Traveler Poker in the chat. Very
Yeah,
nice.
that's one of Eric's buddies from Minnesota.
Nice.
So, what time do you come from?
Pretty
I
sure
actually
that's not
started watching The Dark on Netflix, which is
Yes.
it's pretty weird so far, but it's interesting. Also,
It is
curious to
a
see where it
very,
goes.
very weird TV show. I watched the first 2 seasons, or maybe it was the first season, and I was interested, but I was a little bit like,
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna at least finish the season.
But it was weird because it like got you hooked, and you kind of just want to know a bunch of answers to questions, and you're just like kind of wanting to tune back in to do more.
Yeah, you gotta
but
see what happens, right?
that reminds me of
also
the
from the
TV
present.
show OA. Did you ever watch that?
I don't
It was on
think
Netflix.
I did. I think
I-
I've seen commercials for that.
Yeah.
Look at
it's
this.
old.
Brandon flopping top set here. But
A
Faizal
lot
with
of
a
top set
little
of queens.
open ender has a little bit of equity. Oh, J-Mod still has overpair to the board
And a gutter.
and a gutter. I need a king. I didn't see any kings. There can't be only 4 likes. I'm about to
Problem with that
take everybody's
is-
points away and start you off at 0.
Wow, you guys need to smash that like button.
What is
or
going
we are gonna-
on? What, Mark? Did you
Give me
forget to
the
smash the
33,
like button?
33
Give me a
likes.
millionth
Look.
point. Oh yeah, refresh.
Okay, I need you guys to like. If I can get you guys a 50, I'm going to give away something for free. Not just points. I'm
Ooh.
going to give away a sweater. Sorry, Eric.
He's
like,
sorry
"What?"
he called it a sweater, and he's sorry he's giving away.
Yeah, it's a hoodie. Sorry, it's a hoodie. I've been coached on that many times. I still got that wrong. So
Okay, Mark's like, I smashed the like button.
yeah, I need more likes.
More likes, more likes.
What do you think about J-Mo's call there in position without a spade in his hand? I feel like it's a little dicey because there's just so many
Draws.
Even when you hit your hand, it's
I
kind of
think
hard
he
to
called
continue.
because he has backdoor diamonds as well. So
Oh,
I
that's
think
true.
that was the
I
one
didn't even see
reason.
that. That's a good
but
point.
I don't think he would call without that.
That's a great point. I missed that actually.
Yeah.
See, it's the little things that you need
Yeah,
to
and
be
that
able
is
to
a
pick up.
huge little thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's I don't think he would be in there if he didn't have that. So
Absolutely.
but yeah,
That's why
it is a
that's why
little
I
bit of a, I would say a loose call, but he's also on the button, so there's like a lot of
Yeah. There's a
tiny
lot-
little
yeah.
extra reasons to call. So
Absolutely. I actually really like that. And they are deep enough.
yeah.
All right, so Faizal has just been knocked out, and I believe we are looking to fill the number 2 seat here. That is not PLO Professor.
'Cause you can-
So I apologize. I was under the impression that PLO Professor was going to get in next. He is not. So unknown player in the 2 seat coming in.
So exciting. I wonder who it's going to be.
It's not PLO Professor.
I know.
That's why
I'm
we
ex-
wonder.
Oh, because I guess you're saying yeah, because you're.
No, I'm just anticipating.
I
Like,
wish it was Kim.
yeah. No, I can't right now. My brain is like actual mush. I'm just thinking about the 37 bins that I haven't emptied yet.
I mean, that's still more than you still emptied more than 50% of the bins.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know how much you spent on bins.
Yeah, well, Hayden's supposed to be returning now.
So if you work at Home Depot or Lowe's,
Please ignore any
Please
dust that
ignore.
you see on the actual bins. They were not used, I swear.
I got to bring over your housewarming present when I finally see your
Yes,
your house.
anytime. Eric just came over for the first time today, and he's just like, I don't even know your address. And I'm like, what kind of a friend are you? You haven't even been over yet.
that's right, because he was in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So
He did help a lot today. I do not force people to assist in moving. So,
it was so funny because we were going to potentially have people over for the Super Bowl, and Min in the little
and
text.
no one came over because they were all worried I was going to make them do things.
Min was like, I was like, I may come over there, but if I see IKEA box, I'm leaving. All right, JP here flopping open ended with a diamond redraw. But we talked about, powerful combo draws here, and again, especially with like a 3 of hearts on the board, it's like does nothing unless you have like bottom set, right? But
it's actually a little bit dangerous of a draw too. It's not quite as strong of a combo draw as it might look, because a lot of the turns will make you non-nutted strong hands, which can make you second best a lot. Let's listen to what Eddie has to say.
that's me.
No one cares, Eddie.
Yeah. Let's hear that handsome guy in the background.
But yeah, what I agree with what Danny was saying. He really is listening to us.
Actually, I meant to turn it down.
Yeah, no one's allowed to talk while Eddie's talking.
No, Eddie, what Danny was saying is definitely true. I definitely want to reiterate that he did have a nice combo draw
Right.
in the sense of having multiple things working for him, but both draws can be totally dominated.
Like at the bottom end of
Yep, he has
flushes, the bottom end of nut
straights.
straights.
Yep. So he would have second nut. He can make second nut straights. He can make basically third nut flushes. So when facing aggression, he should be very careful.
Right.
Like if he is the aggressor in the hand, it's not necessarily a terrible thing. But the more multi-way it goes, the more dangerous his hand becomes. And again, it's just one of those hands that can look really strong to a Hold'em player. But to a PLO player, you definitely would tread carefully with that hand.
That's
There's nothing
definitely a
wrong with
classic.
betting it. There's nothing wrong with betting it and trying to take it down as a semi bluff, but
You just got to be aware of where you're at.
yes, and know that the increased number of players in the hand and the aggression that you're facing makes your hand diminish in value.
And you got to
quickly.
think about if I make my hand, how much value can I get on future streets? And with that hand, you're going to have to be a little cautious no matter how much you improve.
Surprisingly, no one with diamonds. Now I think there were like 5 or 6 to the flop, and Baboon flopping top 2 pair, all diamond run out.
Straight for a Rye guy.
Gonna river the queen high straight, but again, no one with diamonds on that run out. So he did have 1 single diamond, but no one else with 2 diamonds, even on the flop. So
Rick talking about the Texas Kim lineups with Bao and Yao and those guys. He said this game is so much milder in comparison, and it's definitely true.
He's like, I brought more money. I expected to use it.
Mike Leonard with the shameless plugs for PLO Professor. Professor can get plenty of action in PLO in Dallas, even if it's not on this stream. So
they're definitely gonna be playing post stream. So
yeah.
yeah, we have our lineup set for tomorrow that I had to work my ass off to fill last minute cancellations. So Danny, I joked with Danny. I said, if you ever cancel on me like some of these other players, you're never getting a seat
I
on the
can't.
stream.
You know, but he has enough goodwill.
He does have a
built.
ton of goodwill built. You know
Yeah,
what?
But
you
so you're allowed to cancel.
can go cancel.
One
You
time,
guys, I'm
but-
going home.
Not now.
No, yeah.
Now your goodwill goes to zero.
Yeah.
You have to
And we
stay
have
here.
it, and we have it recorded. So
Yeah.
Who canceled? Name and shame. Actually, don't do that. You can tell me later.
No, we don't want to do that. But
Who's playing?
it's the Battle of the Titans tomorrow.
it's a super
go.
it's
Let's
a
go.
super reg game. I'm gonna reveal the lineup here in a bit. And it's not the lineup that I originally intended, but with so many cancellations and what's it called, like kind of my thought process with putting these lineups together is, you know, I'll get some of these like heavier wrecks that like want to play just for fun and they like to gamble, and then I try to fill the table with, like 3 to 4 like regs, and then balance it out a little bit.
Yeah. Danny knows our lineups.
Yeah, he knows
they're
our
good.
lineups, but I will let the lineup for those of you in the chat that
I
want to
take
know.
1 week off and your lineup goes to, you know,
Oh yeah, I know.
you just admit it. You need me.
I know.
But no, I totally get it. You have to.
If you want to replace me with a whale, I know I'm a whale myself, but feel free.
No, I think you're going to enjoy doing battle in this one,
Yeah.
Danny. I like your chances and everything else. I think you're going to do just fine. It's going to be a lot of players you're familiar with.
Yeah.
So,
I like beating up on rigs.
yeah. But it's definitely going to be not your usual Friday game.
That's for sure. Kim, don't come back next week. I'm just kidding. Come back next week. No, but Saturday's lineup is what's it called? It's just like people are busy doing stuff and whatnot.
Yeah, that's the beauty of poker and these streams is
Right.
that every lineup is going to be a little different.
All
based
right.
on people's
So
schedules
here's
and-
tomorrow's lineup. I got JD coming in. JD's playing tomorrow. I got Moneymaker.
JD and Moneymaker?
Yeah, hold on, it gets worse.
Well, better.
Better.
Worse.
Like better.
Titans. We said
Titans. I got OFC. Got Danny Marks. Habib's playing tomorrow. Got Harvey Castro. Got Chris Cashman. I got Sam Neimer, who played last Friday's stream, and then Kyle Z. So for a 5-10-25 game,
It might as well be like
I'm not straddling.
the Titan.
I may change the
Titan
theme.
home game.
Yeah, Battle of the Friday night battle.
Titans.
All right, bring it on.
Yes.
I actually played with JD and Kyle Z last Tuesday.
Yep.
It was a very fun game. It was 6 or 7 handed all night.
Yeah, you held your own. You
Yeah.
did well. You played very well.
Yeah, thank you. That was my type of lineup, and I used to play a lot of 6 max, so it's really fun to kind of turn back on the aggression and kind of go back to a 3-better fold strategy, which is kind of how I was originally trained. Yeah, I tried to get Moneymaker banned from Dallas, but they just let him back in for some reason. I don't know. Kind of weird.
Yeah, so
He's a nice guy. I love Moneymaker. It's great to have him back.
Yeah.
Dong is going to be on a future lineup.
I mean, if we got to tolerate those Europeans,
Yeah.
he's a good one.
Yeah.
He's probably watching right now. No, probably not. He's probably not actually.
He's probably grinding.
I thought Dong doesn't want to play on streams anymore.
But he showed up
What
the
I
last
understood.
45 minutes like of the stream last
Oh,
night.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to start on them.
Okay, fair.
Maybe if there's a reason, he'll go in.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hey, Jason, it's good seeing you. Yeah, I played with you last night online. I was kind of tired. So, yeah, for those of you just joining, oh, look here. Brandon with a set of 6s. All right. Here's the lineup for tomorrow. So, the thumbnail that is on our YouTube page is not current.
I think
will
you
be
should
updated?
put like a big battlefield background,
so I'm having
and then
yeah.
Battle of the Titans, and then
I'm gonna change the-
bayonets and guns and axes and whatever other weapons that they're going to use to murder.
So
one
tomorrow
another
I'm
on
probably
the
going to
stream.
change. I'm going to change.
We need some.
Who you?
All my announcers are playing. So all my announcers are
I
playing.
kind of want to announce that game, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, find yourself a sub, and you can.
Yeah.
But you can find
Again, so I got
yourself-
tomorrow for our 5, 10,
What
25
was that?
stream, 6 to 10 p.m. I got JD, got German Moneymaker, got OFC, got Danny, Habib, Harvey, Castro, Chris Cashman, Sam Neimer, and Kyle Z, all here. A lot of these players, JD, Moneymaker, Kyle Z, making their Poker House live stream debut tomorrow night. So
What a sick lineup.
super sick lineup. So let's
Should be a fun game.
let's end this
Meanwhile-
PLO stream on a bang here.
Meanwhile, I'll
What a
be.
beautiful hand. Double
So this
suited
is a good,
aces.
this is a better like double suited aces like 5-6.
Yeah, and I love the 6 too because now you can beat wheels as well. It's just a really beautiful hand.
And all these
Jack
other
10 9 8 is not a bad hand either. Unfortunately, our hearts are blocked from
Yeah.
being good. But in general, that hand is a great hand.
Definitely want to see a flop with that hand.
So how good is a Rick's hand here? Being
To
unsuited.
be honest, Badoogie hands in PLO are just trash.
Okay, yeah.
His just looks really great. What's beautiful is on this particular board, it's
With the
in
jack,
really
he's like a-
decent shape.
Now he's got a great hand.
But
having a wrap.
But also the problem is like he has no backdoor blockers for flush draws or
Right.
anything like that. So like if the turn puts any kind of flush draw, he's gonna have a slightly difficult time navigating. But he just smashes this board, and nobody else really has a lot to do battle with. So he just wins. But it of all the Badoogie hands to play, that's a great one.
right.
You know?
Broadway. So Broadway, if you're gonna play a Badoogie hand, it need to be like Broadway connected card.
Broadway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's like the best of the garbage hands,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, and seeing his garbage is strong,
it's
right?
it's like you can see a flop with that. It's similar to the Jack 10 9.
You don't want to blow out the pot.
Yeah,
you definitely don't
exactly.
want. I don't think that we're happy with any kind of 3-bet pre-flop with that hand. We're just trying to limit.
That was literally the best flop he could have hoped for, where he's blocking top set while having all clean outs to the nuts.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, Kyle's another one who kind of built his way up from low stakes as well. Was a winner all the way up to now playing 50, 100 and winning in those games as well. If you want to learn how to play poker, tomorrow will be a great stream to watch.
For sure.
There'll be a lot of technical play, a lot of bluffing, and
Yeah, if you want to see what like, even though it's
This
5, 10,
hand is garbage.
all club hand.
Yeah, Ace 8 7 6 all clubs.
Yeah, you're
Not good.
if you want to see some like very good, not that our Friday streams and Saturday streams are not good poker, but I'm talking about just like 3-bet, 4-bet pot hands, just like battling to like, even though it's a quote unquote 5, 10, 25, that game's going to play a lot bigger than it sounds. A, because we're in Texas, and B, because it's just the player pool. So look for that stream tomorrow.
Well, and a lot of this lineup is used to playing 25 25-50
And above, yeah.
and larger. So
That'd be a lot of straddles.
I think they're definitely going to bloat the size of the game.
JD hates playing $25 big blind. He's going to be straddling.
Yeah, but you know what? He comes over to this neck of the woods. He's gotta play with these guys.
Exactly.
But we'll see. He always tries to eliminate the blinds. I love 3-blind games, and he's like, "What if we just did blah blah blah?" And I'm just like, "No, I want all the blinds." I was like, "You want to take a blind away? How about we add another one?" And he just starts laughing. I'm like, whatever you want to do, I want to do the opposite of, because whatever makes you even remotely slightly uncomfortable or a tiny bit annoyed is perfect for me. So I tell him, whatever you want to do, the answer is no.
Kim and OFC are the best at making games bigger.
Yeah.
No, this
I
is
didn't even really know that I was doing that. Like, that was not my intention at all, but somehow it happened.
These are also interesting spots. Whenever there's 3 of a kind on the board, a lot of beginners misread their hand strength. Whenever you have a pair, it's actually a pretty strong hand because now you've counterfeited all of their flopped pairs, 2 pairs, etc. And so it's actually harder to make a full house than you'd think.
Yeah, that was a nice bluff by Edison, just reading Baboon's discomfort in the hand. It definitely would be tough for Baboon to call. I wouldn't love even calling with pocket fives.
Yeah,
you're just like beating, you're beating almost nothing.
Yeah. I would like
just
a
straight air
of a pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle is another very disciplined and strong mental player. We talked about stop losses a little bit. He mentioned how he's not going to lie to himself and pretend that he can play just as well stuck 30K as when he's winning. So he has a hard rule for himself, no matter how good the game is. If he loses over a certain amount, I think he's upped his stop loss since then, but it used to be 10K. I'm not 100% sure that's true, but that's a great example of, discipline in the face of adversity.
Yeah, and like you said, just knowing yourself and what you are comfortable with and what you're, what's going to be optimal for your strategy.
And again, as we finished up the tail end of this 5-5-10 Thursday PLO stream, got me, Eddie the Agent Sensation, in the booth, along with Texas Kim Stone and Danny Marks in the booth. Again, Danny Marks going to be on the felt tomorrow with the Clash of the Titans 5-10-25 Friday night stream here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live.
Yeah, this stream flew by. A lot of really nice play tonight. Really fun. Glad I came to watch a little PLO action. I need more PLO in my life.
Baboon here flopping the nuts. But again, a Rye guy with the mystery hand and the small blind, which makes sense of why Eric popped in here to grab a new deck of cards. So
the classic Crown Royal bag.
Yeah.
Classic chip holder. Could you be any more cliche, Rick?
Man bag.
So again, it looks like we got a new player here in the 2-seat. Santosh going to be buying in for the 2K, opting not to match the stack. Opting not to match the stack. At least that's what it looks like, based off what I'm looking at.
Looks like either 15 or 2.
Yeah. It looks like it's plugged in at 2. So it looks like he's coming in the third blind.
I would buy in for 1,000.
Yeah, which is I would buy in. I wouldn't even sit down at this game, but it's neither here nor there.
Good bankroll management, Odie.
Yep.
One day. I'm going to win the WSOP main event this summer, and I'll make it rain on all my friends.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm happy to stand in any of that rain.
Yeah. That shit can be a monsoon for me.
Full party. Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew this, but I was planning on winning the World Series of Poker main event this summer. So you heard it from me first.
Yep.
Calling my shot.
And then we will get one of the first interviews here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live.
It's actually my personal dream to be the first female to final table the WSOP since
Modern
like basically
era.
yeah.
Yeah, Barbara Enright did it, but that doesn't count.
Yeah,
No
I mean
offense,
that was when the field was very, very tight.
Like
Yeah.
300 players, 400 players.
Yeah, so that's definitely a personal goal of mine. I would also love to win that random drawing of a lifetime of
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's
WSOP
crazy.
and main event entries.
That would be sick.
Yeah.
I would try to live forever. No, but we're gonna have a lot of Dallas first. Chris Cashman is gonna be the youngest person to ever win it in 2 years. When he's actually allowed to go to Vegas.
It's crazy that he's so talented and not even able to appear yet.
Speaking of shameless plugs, everyone,
Uh-oh.
between hands, my very first article I ever helped write is on Card Player Magazine.
Send me that real quick. Link it to me. Send it to.
I'll just text it to you.
Text it to me, and I'll pull it up.
Yeah,
we
I
did
worked
the
with the
shameless plug for low stakes surrounders. We're gonna do it for Danny Marks.
Yeah, I worked with the author, Craig. He helped me kind of edit it, going back and forth, asked me some questions. It just goes over my WSOP circuit win at Choctaw last summer. It was kind of fun to reminisce. I don't know if I got all the details down correct, but nonetheless, it was a fun experience. And if you want to check out my article, it's on cardplayer.com. I think maybe Eddie will post it.
Yep, I'm gonna post it here. Give me.
No worries if he doesn't.
Oh, very cool. Poker Monkey's going to play the main event this year as
Yeah,
well.
he told me he's going to try some satellites, but either way, he's going to play. And
That's not a bad idea, though.
I know Dory and Jim are planning to
Yep.
play their first main event as well. This
I
is going
always
to be
see a lot of Dallas
great,
people out there, so I'm
gonna
excited.
be great. Actually, one of the Dallas guys went extremely deep. Final 4 tables.
Couple of them. Yeah.
Ace Kicker. He plays in the
Yeah.
other room a lot.
Brad Bogart went, or Bart Bogart went far. A couple people did.
Yeah. We have a
years back,
solid,
Brian-
talented poker community here.
Yeah, Brian Braswell got like 60th
Yes.
a few years back.
Oh, did he really?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Brandon flopping second up flush, but Baboon having the ace high blocker.
These are fun spots. I'm always curious to see how people go about that. I really like the flop check here. The pot's already very large,
Yeah, but
and you
the
don't want to get
board-
raised. Obviously, when this happens, you're not very excited anymore, and you're probably going to have to just check again.
Yeah, you're gonna go to check call mode, kind of.
But, controlling the size of the pot with non-nutted hands that can't improve is never a terrible idea. Yeah, now it's going to be interesting if Ryan puts on some pressure with the queen.
With the queen, yeah.
He's got all clean full house outs. So when your other cards are all higher than the board, that makes this a much more appealing drawing hand, because now when you do catch your kicker, you're going to have a nutted hand.
Yeah, but there's kings are blocked, kind of. Actually, all the kings are out.
Well, he doesn't know that.
Yeah, right.
But the king, jack, 10 are all like nutted cards, basically.
Right.
Although, actually, the king would be a disaster, but he doesn't know that.
All right, I'm gonna pull this little article up here in a bit
Yeah,
after this hand, and I'm gonna post the link in the chat as well. Let's see what Brandon's gonna do here. If he's just gonna call, if he's gonna lay it down.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. I actually kind of like this bluff spot here.
And he's gonna make the call. We're gonna see a river here, 6 of hearts.
Let's see if he pulls another barrel.
Now, the interesting thing about this 6 is that given what I know about Right Guy, this 6 is a great card for us if we are going to try to bluff catch, because most of Right guy's queens should be connected. So for him to have a random
Queen Jack,
six,
Queen 10, like the hands that he actually has.
6, 5, or 7 with his queen would be just
Kind of
abnormal.
suicidal. Yeah.
Well, it's just abnormal for
Yeah.
his normal the types of hands that I know Red Guy likes to play.
So he'd be more likely to fold a Broadway river card.
For sure.
Yeah.
And
It's a very good
so
point.
he either was way ahead on the turn or way behind, and I think this 6 is kind of irrelevant. It's just that we can't give him a random 6.
Right.
We would definitely. So he has 7s full. He has queen. He has like I said. He either has some random full houses, or he has a hand like he has.
Let's see if Brandon can sniff it out. From what I can tell, again, I'm no expert PLO player, but he's been playing quite well, in my opinion, tonight.
And he's
So,
taking his time and
yeah.
he's thinking about it. And I'm pretty sure he's probably thinking the same thing that I'm
Yeah.
saying. Now, whether you can pull the trigger and call here or not, I don't blame him for not snap calling or anything like that. You know,
The other thing is, based on the turn raise from Ryguy, he's not really representing the ace-high clubs. He's not really going to raise the nut flush on the turn on a paired board, so he's either got a full house or
he doesn't.
nothing. And so, some of these like trips with missed full houses can be good bluffs as well to try to get him off. You know, Ryan knows exactly where he's at. He knows Brandon has a flush right now, and that's what he's targeting.
very nice
And,
play by
yeah.
both players.
Absolutely.
I do, you know, even though Brandon folded the best hand, he was put in a rough spot, but he did take his time and think about it. Like a lot of players are just snap folding in that spot, and he did not. He definitely kind of had some suspicions, but for whatever reason decided not to pull the trigger and make the call. But
Yeah, I
really,
agree. Very well played. Very well
All
played.
right, here's a shameless plug from Mr. Danny Marks.
All right.
After winning his first WSOP circuit ring last summer at Chocolate, just about an hour north here of Dallas. How did that feel, man?
Oh man, it was surreal. It's like
And didn't you? Okay, so there was. I didn't mean to cut you off. There was 13 players going into like the last day, right?
Yeah.
And I think you were like 12th in chips or 11th in chips.
I think I was 11th.
Yeah.
And then I was like 8 out of 9 going into the final table, and the shortest or second shortest the whole way. So I just didn't expect anything crazy to happen. You know, I was just trying to ladder up.
Hopefully, make a final table. Even
Yeah.
in whatever happens.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you know, I hit a string of hands with 4 or 5 left, and you know, within a half hour it was over. I didn't even have a chance to process it all in real time, which was probably a good thing. I just focused on, you know, playing my best poker, and obviously, you know, ran incredibly well, and you know, it's just a dream spot. Makes you want to play tournaments for sure.
ah,
I remember just pacing around, breathing, like, what is going on right now?
it's awesome. It's winning a poker tournament, 6 figures or better is just like the best feeling in the world.
Oh, yeah.
You know, here's to winning a
Anymore.
7-figure.
Yeah, next is 7 figures.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm totally happy if my hidden mom says my largest cash is 1 million and
Oh, yeah.
I have.
You're
1
not gonna be
million in
upset about
variance.
it.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
allow
happy
it.
to be a one-hit wonder.
I'll allow it.
I just have to publicly complain about the heights of these TVs so that
I know.
you and Eric will fix it, because it makes me just want to quit early. I can't take it. Ouch.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
They just, I mean, there's all this space right here. They could be just eye
Rebound.
level.
So this was supposed to be there, but that didn't fundamentally end up working out.
Kim
So.
should just be the CEO of the whole place.
Yeah.
Take over.
Did we talk about the diminished returns or whatever? Like, we have too many irons in the fire as it is. But
And Santosh looking to try to get in the mix here late in the game. And we have about a half hour left in the stream. Again, I got the stream started about 9:45-ish, 9:50. So we got another 30 minutes or so left in the booth. So Eric had a problem with the card reading, so he's gonna go over there and manually input the cards. So it looks like in real time when it actually happens, it's not in there, but when he actually inputs the hand, it actually makes the retroactive back to the beginning of the hand. So
Did you get an app?
Huh?
Did you get an app today?
No.
Oh man, so you're hurting just like I am.
Yep. I had stayed up with Tammy on the phone till like 2 something. And actually, I watched the final table. The what's it called? And then I was up at 5:15 this morning.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, that's crazy. So
But I did sleep for 2 days because I wasn't feeling well.
yeah,
So
so you're basically breaking even.
I'm break even.
Sleep and you die.
So guys, I'm gonna bounce because this morning Hayden and I drove all the way to Toller, Texas to get our Texas state IDs. We're now officially Texas residents.
Officially.
True Texans. But I'm exhausted, so I am gonna hit the road and just say thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to Danny and Ed for being such great co-hosts on here.
Thank you, Kim. I definitely learned a lot. It was nice having your expertise, kind of talk through some spots.
Yeah, same here. This was a fun stream, right?
Absolutely.
To learn a lot from.
Speaking of fun hands, I like these are like the best dangler type hands. The one that Santosh, am I pronouncing that right? The one that he's 3-betting with, the Ace King 10-3.
Coming in hot
Beautiful.
and aggressive. Look at this. Flopping top 2. Doesn't have diamonds though. Baboon with the only diamond drop, but it's only to a 3 high. Jail with the ace of diamonds. So Danny and I are going to bring it home here the last half hour or so.
Now this is an interesting spot.
Oh, just kidding.
Oop.
All right.
All right. So this is an interesting spot.
Just
I
kidding.
think am I back? Yes,
You're
I'm
back.
He's got a strong
Why is it doing that? Try it again. Okay, just do.
testing.
Go ahead.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, we're there.
Yeah. So he's got a strong hand, but there's not too many turn cards that he's going to love. But at this point, he's gotten so much of a stack in, he just needs to get the rest in.
Oh, wow. And then Baboon. I think Baboon with the snap call with 3 high diamonds. Oh, and
he
he gets
gets
there.
there.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. And everyone's like, what just happened?
Welcome to PLO.
Yeah. Gets there on the river with the 3 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds in his hand.
Yeah, there wasn't too much left to call after the turn bet, but I probably am just going to fold on the turn because
Right.
too often you're just going to be drawing dead to
Any better,
diamonds.
I mean, you have the 3
Yeah.
and the deuce. It's not like you had like queen something, right? Queen is a little more reasonable, like third diamond flush draw, but you literally have the bottom of the bottom flush draws there, and I think maybe he just felt like he was so price committed and
Yeah, by the river, he might think that, and then he also just might be a little frustrated having a losing night, running out of time to get it back.
Yeah.
Maybe he knows his opponent, so.
So let's take a look at these cumulative winnings so far. And
let's
again,
see, back in the
JL
plus.
in the
Yeah,
8th seat, about 3,500. Got Rick up now 1,400. Was down for the good first half portion of the street, and kind of slowly turning some bluffs into some winning hands and getting players to fold. About 1,400. J-Moss still up about 1,300. Baboon and JP currently booking some small wins. Santosh,
Welcome to the game.
welcome
buddy.
to the game. Only been
here
sitting down
5 minutes and
been felted pretty much. And then Faizal, who was just felted about 20 minutes ago, out of the game so far. So, again, we're going to wrap this up. We're going to finish this up here in the booth. This last 20, 30 minutes or so. So, here we go with J-Ma, double suited aces. All these other players with some reasonable hands. JP with queens, but 3 clubs in his hand. Santosh with two pair of sevens and a pair of tens as well. So somebody's playing with some reasonable hands pre-flop.
Yeah, very nice aces here. Double suited is always good. Obviously, the jack three isn't the best, but I think the double suited and the aces outweigh that.
Right.
And another really good hand, tens and sevens, both connected and two pair hands that can flop a lot of sets. Eddie, do you play much PLO?
Nope.
Have you ever played PLO?
Yep. I did it a little bit back in Houston. So
Yeah, I heard Houston was the place to play.
Houston is the place to play. Like you said, Santos here.
Royal flush draw with the aces, not going to go anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
But Santos gets a set, so he's probably going to be clashing again, although he doesn't have much left behind.
not.
Did he rebuy? It says he's all in for 25. I'm guessing he's got more behind.
He may not have more behind.
Nope,
Oh,
he
he
doesn't.
does have 25 behind.
So kind of a coin flip spot here, small pot.
Three
Full
of
house.
spades. Going to pick up some chips there.
Yeah,
Now up to about 730.
standard spot for both players, honestly. And that's going to happen a lot in PLO.
Getting winding down the stream.
Sounds like Lego knows how he feels losing to the rivered flush. We've all been there, buddy. Looks like we're getting a straddle going, kind of getting some big pots here at the end of the night. It's not too late. Last chance to get unstuck for some of these players. Yeah, I love getting stacked on my first hand in PLO.
Right.
It happens way too often.
I remember I played 5-5-10 with the rock at the Aria.
That's a big game.
It was a big game, and I didn't realize I had two bracelet winners at my table.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pros in that game.
Yep. I got wrecked. But it was a good learning experience. Kind of like swore off it.
Yeah,
PLO.
I used to grind a lot of cash during the World Series of Poker,
Yeah.
and the 5-5 rock games at both the Win and Aria. You know, there are people that have $30,000 stacks at the end of the night. Very, very big game. Got to make sure you're rolled for PLO. I always recommend playing the 1-2 game. It's a lot bigger than it sounds, and you can get a lot of good experience and build your bankroll in that 1-2 game.
All right, so here, Baboon with trip nines with the queen kicker. Gonna be well far in ahead of RV or Rye Guy. 5 of hearts changes. It brings in front
Yeah,
of
this will
flush.
be interesting. A lot gets there, but Raga just gives up. I like the way Baboon played it. I think going check call, keep your opponent's bluffs in this spot. He can't really have much. Hard to have full houses on two pair boards like that. I think if he's got a hand a little bit stronger of a kicker, like an ace-9 type of hand, he can start going for value. But I like the check call with that hand. Crown Royal bag is back.
Yeah, it looks like is he adding on? Don't really see the need to at this point.
He
think
needs
the
to
only-
alpha the table.
I guess so. The covering stack is J-Maw, and he's to the left of him. And J-Maw's been playing super solid today. You know, hasn't. I don't think he's lost too many hands at Showdown. Or, I mean, like, you know, lost too many hands.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty controlled. You can tell he knows what he's doing. This is not his first PLO game.
Yeah, and so it's funny because, you know, Kim had mentioned putting together a PLO stream, and I'm like, I don't know, is there going to be interest? She's like, yeah, and like now everybody wants to play, so.
Well, PLO is super fun to play. For me, the big challenge is making it more watchable. it can be a little hard when there's all these hands on the television to keep track of. But, you know, that's why having a good announcing team like Eddie and good graphics with 4-color decks, I think it helps a lot.
Yeah, we definitely mentioned that.
But yeah, just, you know, we would love your feedback. What do you guys prefer more, Hold'em, No Limit? Remember to smash that like button while you're answering.
All right, 100%. Thank you again for like coming to my rescue today.
Of course. I got to be there for your friends. I know it's been a long week for a lot of us, so we got to help each other through it. That's live.
So let's see what we got going on here.
It's interesting, you know, since he's come into the game late, he's had a lot of big hands, Santosh.
So not going to raise this hand. I think so. Okay. Was he the original raiser, or was JL the original raiser? So no.
I think he's calling.
No, so I think he was the original raiser, and there was a bunch of 3-bet on the button.
Oh, Edison 3-bet, yeah. So if you're gonna like put in 3 and 4 bets with kings and PLO, you really want to do it when you have an ace in your hand, because you really need to be blocking aces. Otherwise, they're just going to get it in against you.
Right.
And you're just not doing very well kings versus aces. And so this is actually a decent combination to kind of turn into a bluff. But I also don't mind just playing it for its value and seeing what you can hit.
Now, Rye Guy flopping top 2 with the queen high flush redraw. Again, like we've talked about before and learning on these PLO streams, not drawing to like the nuts kind of thing is not good. Now, Edison also has top 2 pair drawn to 6 high diamond backdoor.
He was the
flush.
3-better pre-flop,
Yeah.
so he's kind of just taking lead of this. It's an interesting hand to bluff. Again, this is the type of hand that's decent to squeeze if you can get it heads up. But as you can see, there was no way we're getting it heads up, so it doesn't really play as well. And he's just going to really have to get rid of it at this point. Wow. He feels pot committed at this point.
Yeah, and I think stacks are going to go in if no heart. Oh, he goes all in.
Yeah, no, he's calling all in.
Snap call.
And 60-40. So Edison they both have top 2, but Rye Guy's got much better redraws.
Yep.
Edison can hit a gutter to the nut straight.
And some backdoor diamonds, although there was, I think, a king high flush draw.
But a lot of time, oh, there's the flush. And I think with that pot, Rye Guy is going to be the big winner of the night now.
Yeah, I think he was down a bit before that.
He'll be close.
Yeah.
He's got a 10K stack now.
And it looks like Edison may be done for the evening.
Good game, Edison.
Yeah, good
Always
game.
Nice to play with you. Really nice guy. Good poker player. Good.
And let's take a look at these chip stacks for right now. Again, this is a 5-5-10 PLO stream. Not playing as big as we have played before in the past. About 45K on the table, which it's a lot, but for a 5-5-10 PLO stream, not considerable amount considering some of the games and the lineups that we've had in the past. But still a good stream thus far. Very, very competent group of PLO players for this stream. Let's take a look at these cumulative winnings. Rye Guy switching it up after winning that big pot, was down about 1,300. Switched now the big winner so far, up about 3,500 for the stream. JL 3,300. Rick up 1,400. Again, our 2 big losers was Faizal and then Santosh in the 2 seat. Just sat down about 15-20 minutes ago. So,
but as you can see, one hand in this game can easily turn things around.
Easily turn things around.
Any of these guys are 1 double up away from a big win. Thanks for joining us in the chat, guys. On your way out, remember to hit the like button. It really helps the channel out. And let us know if there's anything we can do to improve the stream.
Again, thank you for my guest commentary today, Mr. Danny Marks. I put that link in there to that Card Player magazine. Miss Texas Kim Stone talked about her little low stakes rounders Facebook group and their little 14 Stone Academy coaching session that they're going to be holding here mid-March here at Poker House Dallas. So look for that. Let's see here. So Brandon here with top 2. No one like open-ended. Badoogie board, but J-Ma with the backdoor diamonds, but everybody else has diamonds. So it's going to be unlikely that he's going to hit running diamonds.
Yeah, but you can see how valuable having those overcards are to make the nut 2 pairs.
Right. That's a good point, too, especially considering this board, right?
Yeah.
There are some potential straight draws out there, like 7-9, some gutters out there.
Yeah, but so when he does hit his 2 pair, he's still going to have a very strong hand.
Right.
It'll miss all the other draws.
Correct. So if he, turns a king or a queen.
Or even a 10 or a jack,
right.
That gives other opportunities. So any Broadway card would be good. But at this point, with this raise coming in, I think this is a bit light. He doesn't really have much. Let's see. I guess he's got a gutter. I don't know. I think people probably overvalue 2 pair in general.
Yep.
If you're going to have 2 pair, you really want it to be top 2 pair.
Yeah, you want it to be top 2 pair, again, with some sort of redraw or backdoor redraw.
And that's going to put a check mark on the hand right there. Full house. Let's see if Santosh can give it up or if he's going to turn his hand into a bluff.
He's going to turn his hand into a bluff, and then I think Brandon's going to put him all in here.
I would like a call here in position to kind of keep in all of Santosh's bluffs, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just jams it. Because you want to keep in like flush draws and stuff like that and let him keep bluffing into you. And he's only got 1,000 left, so it's going to be really easy to get the money in on the river anyway. So if you have another chance to put the money in on the river and you're not really afraid of anything. I like that call. Yeah, Brandon's definitely really impressed me for someone I've never seen play. And so now Santosh might just kind of keep the story up here, or he might just give up. Yeah, looks like he's going to go for it. Let's see if he can think better of it. He's going to get snapped off.
Yeah, he's going to super snap. I mean, I don't think he has any move but to rip it.
He's done. The guy already called.
Oh, did he? I think he's just double checking. I mean,
he literally only loses to aces.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, and he was the pre-flop raiser, so he just never has the aces there. Yeah, a tough night for Santosh, coming in, getting some cooler spots. Yeah, you got to be really careful. Like, even hands like bottom 2 are just straight folds there.
Right.
And then a hand like top and middle, when it's like ace-6, when all turn cards are going to make better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that you can either just call or just straight up fold right there because he didn't really have any other draws going on. I guess he had the backdoor nut flush draw, so that could be a reason to stay in. But I definitely wouldn't come in for a raise on the flop there. You got to be careful what kind of hands you're bloating pots with. Let's see if he can get it back in these last 3 hands.
It looks like we're going to end this. Are they ending it on a flip? No, they're still playing like 1 or 2 more.
I think they said 3 more hands. Ten, 9, 7, 6 got a middle gapper. Remember, the gaps are best on the bottom, and the next best would be the middle, and then the worst would be up top. Definitely a hand you want to see a flop with, though. Can flop a lot of strong wraps. Especially against this group of players. Rick knows how to navigate post-flop. And he's not going to get too hurt in this hand, but he can win a big pot. All right, and Santos is really getting after it now. He's got the 9953 coming in for the 3-bet. He does not want to leave stuck. I don't think anyone's going anywhere here. This is the fun thing about PLO, though. You can kind of go nuts with these hands,
Right.
And you just never know. I mean, no one's got clubs. Spades would be bad for him, but he could also hit a 9. So you just never know. He could hit a wheel, and there you go. Easy game. Just
This is supposed to be the last hand because it looks like everybody's gonna be getting some action going here. Let's see, clubs, Santos.
Yeah, he's got a lock on this hand. He, 2 pair for JP, so he's got a full house draw. And again, this would be a spot where, like, I don't mind calling top 2, but I'd fold everything else. Although I don't think Santos is deep enough, so I would want to at least be good some of the time if I was calling here, and I don't think we are, so I'm just going to fold there as well. So nice to get a little bit of a rebate.
Well, we've seen you've been very, very aggressive so far on the stream. Kind of overplaying some hands, especially being out of position.
He's also been in some tough spots as well.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's easy to get frustrated when you lose a few pots in a row.
But he also knows that he's on stream and he wants to get some action. So
exactly.
I know some players that play like that. And that sounds like... Did it sound like he was announcing?
Yeah, I think it's the last hand. Chat, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll be here again tomorrow night for a 5, 10, 25, probably 50 game with a lot of the best players in Dallas. So definitely tune in. Should be a fun one to watch. See what
Going to be
happens
a
here.
super, 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 super fun lineup tomorrow.
I told German Moneymaker I was going to buy a German car with his money when I went up.
Hey, what is it, like Audi and Volkswagen?
No, like a Mercedes.
Oh, yikes.
No, I'm not buying a Mercedes, but I'll let him think it. If I win enough from him, I would.
Fair enough. Then take a picture next to it and send it to him. I like it. That works.
I bought Chris Cashman's Porsche, so that was nice of me.
Did you really?
I mean, he basically won it off me one night.
Touche.
It was a used one, but still.
What'd you think about that 5-5-10? I mean, I know you lost last. That 5-5-10 stream was...
Well, again, it wasn't a 5-5-10. We had the mandatory straddle on, so it's a little less big blinds. But obviously, it was an incredible game.
Mark,
I ran really hot card wise, and then like starting hand wise, but really bad runouts and lost a lot of money. So that part wasn't very fun. That was one of my biggest losses I've had in a long time. One of the first times I've quit in a really long time too.
No, I get it. That's I was again, like, obviously I'm playing for like smaller potatoes, but it's kind of like, even when you're playing 1-2, because I've been playing that a lot lately just because I've been here so much and I haven't had a chance to really play at TCH some of the 2-5 there. But it's like you're playing 1-2 and then you'll have like a $400 winning session. It was a pretty good session, like a 3 or 4 hour session, right? But then you have like back-to-back like $800 losing sessions and you win 300 and back-to-back $600 to $800 and you're just like, really? And I text Kim here, I was like, what are y'all doing? Like, nothing. I was like, I'm coming home. Everything okay? I was like, yeah. I was like, they had like we have macaroni and cheese and chocolate, and I'm like, on the way now. Please save chocolate.
Thanks for the compliment, Mark. I know it's really difficult with Eddie around. He makes everything worse, but
Touche.
Despite that, I was still able to give great commentary tonight.
Great job.
Even though Eddie is in the vicinity of me, making everything
and difficult. Mark Wee has just been put in time. Oh, I didn't mean to delete your message. I meant to just put you in timeout, Mark. My bad, bro. just to troll him.
That's gonna wrap up the stream tonight. Yeah. Thanks again, everybody. It was a ton of fun, and you can.
Let's take a look at these final stats before we log off here. So let's take a look at these VPIP percentages. Santosh coming in hot, 70%. Baboon, Rye Guy. JP, Brandon, low VPIPs. Now, percentage-wise, doesn't sound like that much, but 36, 31, 29% respectively. Not a ton of pre-flop raising, with the exception of Santosh, who came in Again, Hot Ryga was probably the most aggressive player at the table. Let's take a look at this aggression frequency. Again, common theme, Santos. Oh, small sample size though. But again, you're going to see a lot of the aggression frequency relative to kind of their VPIPs. Let's take a look at the most important stat of the night. JL, Ryga, and Brandon finishing up above all 2K, 3,700, 3,200, 2K respectively. Now, on a 5-5-10 PLO stream, it's a dollar-wise, that's a lot. But on a high variance game where there's a lot of where equities run really close, not a ton of swings. Now Santos came down, looked like he fired like 6K or something like that, 6K in there, and then Faizal lost some money there. So that's the end of our stream here. Again, tune in tomorrow, Friday, 5/10/25. Super stout lineup. We got Danny Marks on the field tomorrow. We got Harvey Castro, Chris Cashman, OFC, Habib, Kyle Z, JD, German Moneymaker, Sam Neimer for tomorrow's stream. And again, that's from 6 to 10 p.m. And then this Saturday, 5/5/10. This Saturday, I actually don't know the lineup off my head, but going to be a fun lineup. Just like last week, some of the returning characters. J-Rock's back. Paul Tassone's back. Habib's going to be there. I think OFC is going to be there. So going to be a very similar lineup to last Saturday as well. Frankie's going to be black neck and trying to get some low redemption along with Danny. So that's how we're going to close up the stream here at Poker House Poker Live here. Thank you for tuning in for this Thursday 5/5/10 PLO stream. We'll see you guys tomorrow.